the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy.
As she and Trump accused each other of not having a plan.
Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic.
He did go off on a number of tangents, but this Republican supporter tells Fox News she's still 100% Trump.
I believe that he was able to articulate some of the messages that needed to be articulated, and he was able to go to his track record and to talk about the shortcomings that existed with the current administration.
And this independent voter says while Harris was well prepared,
I would differentiate the style from the substance. I think she parried away a lot of questions she had no interest in dealing with, and Trump wasn't disciplined enough to drill down on the specific points.
Still, the former president insists he won the debate.
I respectfully disagree with him, and so do about 2/3 of the people who viewed it.
Former South Carolina Congressman and federal prosecutor Trey Gowdy is host of the Trey Gowdy podcast and Sunday Night in America on Fox News Channel.
A big part of life is self-awareness. I have had bad trials. I've given bad speeches. I've given bad interviews. You have to have someone in your life that will tell you the truth, not what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. And I thought he started well, and then I thought it was about an hour of missed opportunities. His closing argument was good, but at that point, the jury had already made up its mind. And I just watched in amazement at the missed opportunities. So he did spend some time talking about people that he had fired during his administration. He should actually add to that list, whoever prepped him for that debate.
Well, one common theme in the post-debate analysis was that Harris used her skills as a former prosecutor to get under Trump's skin, and he took the bait. And now that is being used as part of an argument that he can't help himself, can't stop himself from focusing on grievances. How does he counter that?
I would say two things. I tried well north of 100 jury trials in my career. I consider that to be a trial lawyer. I don't consider someone who is the elected DA and the attorney general. I wonder how many jury trials she actually had. The challenge is how easy is it to get under someone's skin? I mean, he took the bait. I'm sitting here listening to a question about abortion, and he's talking about student loans. And he lets her get away with saying she supports Roe v. Wade. Roe v. Wade does not allow partial birth abortions, and she voted against the ban on partial birth abortions. And he's talking about nameless cats and dogs that may or may not have been eaten by Haitians, and it certainly appears right now that they were not eaten by Haitians, but he did not name a single living soul who had been killed by border crossers. So they had a hearing in Congress that was beautifully done, where they actually heard from the parents of children who had been killed by border crossers. That is powerful. Talking about rumors on the internet instead of naming the actual names. I just thought, look, you can start at the very beginning. She said, I have a plan for this. I have a plan for that. You have been in office for 3 years. You're not the challenger. Whatever great idea comes out of your mouth next, why haven't you done it yet? And then they pivot to the Senate border bill. First of all, you're 3 years into your administration before you figure out the Senate has a border bill. You're also the ones who told us that the border was secure. So why did we need a border security bill? That's what he should have done. Instead of talking about crowd sizes and how much money he was or was not left by his father, all of that was designed to bait him into getting off script, off track. And I think it was successful.
What about the argument from Trump and some of his supporters that the moderators fact-checked him while failing to fact-check Harris and didn't hold her to the fire?
100% true, 100% accurate. And guess what? Anyone who's surprised that the D.C. media was not a neutral, detached arbiter has never watched a presidential debate before. If his handlers and preppers did not prepare him for the reality that it was going to be 3-on-1, then they should be fired and or banished. So the least surprising part of the evening is that the moderators were on her side. But it's their question, but his answer. He doesn't have to take the bait. He actually should have turned that into, he should have smiled and said, look, it's 3-on-1, but I like my chances because I had a really good record when I was the president, and I'm going to have a really good record again. So it doesn't bother me that it's 3-on-1. Of course the debate moderators were biased towards her. Of course they fact-checked him and not her. But he can fact-check her too. Did you hear last night that she voted against banning partial birth abortion? Did you hear him say that? I did not.
No.
That's a fact check. He could have done it too.
I guess one of the questions now is how much does any debate matter or move the needle, especially if Trump continues to hold a sizable lead in the polls on the economy, which consistently ranks as the top issue?
It may not matter at all, but, I got news for Republicans. There's no rule against winning big. You don't have to kick a field goal as the time expires. You don't have to narrowly eke out a victory. So I've heard from a lot of senators. I got a phone call from a senator at 1:00 in the morning. And then I woke up this morning to a phone call from a very prominent member of the House. So it's not just him that is on the ticket. He is the nominee. He's won the right to pick his VP. He's won the right to set the agenda. He's won the right to set the platform. But he's also a fiduciary for a party, for a movement. So you have a fiduciary responsibility to conduct yourself in a way most calculated to win. And I'll bet you tonight, House members in close districts are not happy.
Do you think he's in trouble at this point with at least some Republican voters? I'm thinking in particular of Nikki Haley supporters, for instance.
I don't think he lost supporters. I think it's a very close race. He may very well still be leading. My point is, why are you making something close that doesn't need to be close? She literally is to the left of Bernie Sanders. What use is it to have the presidency if you don't have the House and don't have the Senate? You're not going to get your cabinet through. You're not going to get your legislative agenda through. So why not run the race most calculated to run up the score? I mean, it's been within my lifetime that a Republican president won 49 out of 50 states. And he didn't do it by talking about crowd sizes and people eating animals. He would have done it if he had said, why won't you talk about Lincoln Riley? Why won't you talk about Rachel Morin? Can you name the little girl who was assaulted and or raped by a border crosser? There is no good answer for that. There's no good answer for partial birth abortion. She's way to the left of where Americans are. Foreign policy, you kill more Afghan kids than you have terrorists.
Less than 60 days to go until Election Day. What should President Trump's focus be in this final stretch? I mean, he says he's at least considering a rematch with Harris, but beyond that, what should he be focusing on?
Yeah, he needs to talk about what he would do if entrusted to lead this country again, juxtaposed with what she has done, has not done, and God forbid would do if she were elected, but only from a policy standpoint. None of this personal insult stuff. You got to use the words we and us and stop using the word I. And you have to employ the two most powerful lines of rhetoric that you have, which is you keep talking about day one and you're really on day 1,201. You've been in office for 3 years. All these ideas you claim to have about lowering the prices of housing and making it more affordable and childcare, you haven't done anything on any of that. And then I would remind people of what life was like before COVID hit this country. I'd also remind them that more moderate positions right before she faced general election voters. I'd make her explain why did you change? What made you go from no? She says anytime somebody starts a sentence with I've been clear, you may rest assured they have not been clear. Because if you've been clear, you wouldn't need to start the sentence with that. I don't have any idea what her position on fracking is. It depends on which day and what state she's in.
Are some of these suggestions, though, like avoiding the personal insults, for instance, I mean, is that like asking Trump to not be Trump?
Is asking him to win. And I reject the notion that, I got to be myself. You are a fiduciary. The responsibility is to the people who believe that the fate of this country lies in the next election. So, for me to go into a courtroom and say, hey, look, I know that my disposition is off-putting to the jury, but that's just who I am. That is unacceptable. My obligation is to convince the jury. His obligation is to win the election. If that means saying we and us more and I less, then you have to adapt and change. The jury is always right. The audience is right. The voters are right. So you need to give them what they want, not what you want, what they want.
One last thing. I'm just curious, as a Republican, if you were optimistic about November, are you still as optimistic as you were 2 days ago?
You'll never meet a more cynical person in your life. I never thought I won a trial. I never thought I won an election. I run scared because it makes you prepare. If you go to bed every night terrified of losing, I never wanted to win. I was terrified of losing. If you go to bed terrified of losing, then you will outwork the other side. And so what he needs to do after he fires whoever it is that prepped him for that debate, he needs to decide, do I want to win and do I want to carry the House and Senate with me? Even if it means becoming a different version of myself. Look, I've been around him in person. He's not like he was last night in person. He's actually very funny and very charming. And I wish more people got to see that side of him.
Trey Gowdy, thank you, as always, for your time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
It's Dom time. Dom's here down on weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Every 40 seconds, someone in the United States has a stroke, and 80% of those cases are preventable. This month is AFib Awareness Month. AFib is short for atrial fibrillation, one of the leading causes of stroke. So now would be the perfect time to do something so easy to manage your heart health at home in between doctor's visits. KardioMobile 6L is a small medical-grade personal EKG device that records right to your phone. You get 6 views of your heart and 6 times the data to share with your doctor. And it's FDA cleared to detect AFib. Now, you might be thinking, who can afford that? The answer is you can. It's more advanced than any smartwatch at a fraction of the cost. And now, for a limited time, KardioMobile is giving 20% off to all of my listeners. Just go to Kardia.com, that's Kardia.com, or Amazon, and use code 2024-BENSON. That's 2024-BENSON to get 20% off your KardioMobile 6L, sponsored by AliveCore Inc.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now for this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. That's right, free. This free book reveals little-known truths about annuities in simple-to-understand terms that will help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And it's free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report summarizing the rates and benefits from financially strong insurers.
Call 800-715-9880.
That's right, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling today.
Call 800-715-9880. That's 800-715-9880.
Sponsored by Annuity General. Producers have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer. Increased income is possible using strategies suited to your goals and may require buying multiple annuities and holding them full term.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
This weekend, Catholics in the Archdiocese of Philadelphia will hear a special message from Archbishop Nelson Perez read at Mass. We urge you to listen prayerfully to his letter about an important moment for the Catholic Church. Please ask your pastor for details. Thank you.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Mayor Sherelle Parker hears from the community about the proposed Center City 76ers arena that experts say would displace Chinatown residents. After sweeping the Rays, the Phillies hold the 1 seed in the NL by a game over the Dodgers. And R&B singer Frankie Beverly, an East Germantown native, dies at 77.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Drive into summer with a Honda CR-V and Accord. Your fun-to-drive, weekend getaway vehicles. And when you drive a Honda, you're driving with the 2024 Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com Best Value brand. So hurry in to the Honda Summer event.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details based on 2024 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelley Blue Book. Visit KBB.com for more information.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Thursday, September 12th, 2024. I'm Ted Linder, and this is the Fox News Rundown. The ABC presidential debate is in the books. Tuesday night saw former President Donald Trump taking on Vice President Kamala Harris. One candidate's campaign, though, asking already for a second debate. Fox's Ashley Strohmeyer with more.
Less than an hour after the debate, the Harris campaign said they already wanted more, writing in a statement, "Under the bright lights, the American people got to see the choice they will face this fall at the ballot box." Vice President Harris is ready for a second debate is Donald Trump. But so far, Trump has been noncommittal, even claiming Harris only wants a second debate because she lost. Harris Wall's 2024 Principal Deputy Campaign Manager Quentin Fulks told CNN Trump doesn't want a second debate because he lost.
Now, Fox News has sent letters to both the Harris and Trump campaigns proposing that second debate. Hurricane Francine making landfall in Louisiana Wednesday evening, bringing widespread flooding and high winds to the south. Fox weather meteorologist Jane Menard in Gulfport, Mississippi.
What we're most concerned with now is the isolated tornado potential and the storm surge. Now, the storm, yes, Francine has made landfall as a Category 2 in southern Louisiana. It has since weakened to a tropical storm and is expected to continue to weaken as we go through this next, say, 12 to 24-hour period. We are still expecting a lot of rain. To that point, I want to jump over to Louisiana very quickly and stay in New Orleans, where we do have flash flood emergencies in place right now. We have over 300,000 power outages across southern Louisiana and a lot of rain.
And the MTV VMAs held in New York City Wednesday night, hosted by Megan Thee Stallion, Taylor Swift, and Post Malone taking home the award for Video of the Year with Fortnite. Swift becoming the first artist ever to win Video of the Year 3 years in a row. The Song of the Year went to Sabrina Carpenter with Espresso. I'm Ted Linder on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. air. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Talk Radio 1210's huge Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. is Thursday, September 12th. Be there as Dom Giordano talks to Donald Trump Jr. about the election, politics, and all things Trump. Thursday, September 12th at Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood. Your tickets include a copy of Letters to Trump by former President Trump. A cash bar will be available. Get your tickets now at 1210WPHT.com.
Hey folks, we all have those nagging home repairs that sit forever on our to-do list. Well, today's the day to get those jobs done. Call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No home fix-up is too big or too small for PJ Fitzpatrick. Leaking roofs, missing siding, overflowing gutters, rotting trim? Fix it all now before the little leaks become big problems. The home repair professionals at PJ Fitzpatrick have the knowledge and expertise to fix your home right the first time. So visit trustpj.com and stay off the ladders. New Jeeps from $269 a month at turnersbilljeep.com. Drive a new Wrangler, Grand Cherokee, Compass, or Ram truck from $269 a month at turnersbilljeep.com. 2024 Compass, 4-cylinder auto, $269 a month, 7,500 miles, closed-in lease, 39 months with $2,269 due at inception. Total payments $12,491. MSRP $35,340. VIN number RT175028. Residual $19,083. Tax and tags extra. Not valid with trade-in. $599 doc fee. Ends 9/7/24.
Texting enrolls in recurring automated text marketing messages. Message frequency varies. Message and data rates may apply. Reply help for help or stop to opt out.
Are you drinking too much? Is alcohol affecting your relationships? Could drinking be affecting your job?
Hi, I'm Jonathan, founder of Or Health. I struggled with alcohol misuse for 15 years. I tried self-help, therapy, and traditional 12-step programs, but nothing really worked. That's why I started Or Health. Or Health provides access to safe and effective medication, FDA approved for the treatment of alcohol issues. A daily pill proven to reduce alcohol cravings and make it easier to drink less or quit.
To join the thousands who are drinking less or who have quit altogether, text CHECK to 710-710. You'll be sent a secure link to Or Health's private online assessment. If treatment is right for you, a licensed medical professional will prescribe medication for discreet and convenient delivery to your door. Just text CHECK to 710-710. That's CHECK to 710-710.
Not available in all states. For SMS terms, privacy policy, risk, and restrictions, please go to orhealth.com/terms. Use is directed.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera here to tell you about the latest and greatest deal from United Tire. Right now, when you buy any 4 tires at United Tire, you'll receive a free oil change or a basic 4-wheel alignment to keep those tires wearing correctly. How's that for a great deal? Nobody beats United. The team at United Tire cares just as much about your car as you do. So why would you take your car anywhere else? Go to UnitedTire.com to find the locally owned United Tire location nearest you. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The biggest news Wednesday, the Consumer Price Index report for August, up 0.2% for the month, 2.5% year to year. Core CPI, excluding food and energy, up 0.3%, and unchanged year to year at 3.2%. The Dow finished up 125, but was down 743 points earlier in the day. The Nasdaq gained 370, the S&P 500 up 59. Today we get the details on the Producer Price Index, and Adobe and Kroger report earnings. The Fed expected to slash interest rates at 0.25% next week. And former President Trump can start selling shares of Truth Social's parent company a week from today when a lockup provision ends. That provision prevents company insiders from selling newly issued shares for 6 months. That stock fell more than 10% Wednesday after Tuesday's debate. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Senator Katie Britt's in her second year in the Senate, elected by the people of Alabama to fill the seat held by Richard Shelby, once her boss as his chief of staff. She was chosen this year to deliver the Republican response to President Biden's State of the Union address in March.
Here's the good news. We, the people, are still in the driver's seat. We get to decide whether our future will grow brighter or whether we'll settle for an America in decline.
She's the first woman ever elected to the Senate from Alabama, the youngest Republican woman ever elected to the Senate, 42 years old now, 40 when she won the 2022 election after winning her party's primary in a runoff against then Congressman Mo Brooks.
I mean, it was a really challenging primary. I believe that there were, kind of 5 candidates, and then it kind of dwindled a little bit. But it was, the odds were definitely stacked against me.
Her book about overcoming struggles and learning lessons along the way is called God Calls Us to Do Hard Things. It's out now in paperback.
This is where hard work, perseverance, working, grassroots, and, our love for the state and our love for the nation, I think, is what ultimately shine through to people.
You are not undefeated in elections. You, like me, lost your first race for student council. Does it still cut a little bit like it does with me in my failed campaign in 6th grade, 5th grade?
That was the first of many failures I had. I had a real desire to contribute. I've failed a good bit in my life, but I'm actually thankful for those things because if you're honest about them, Chris, like if you kind of sort of say, if you don't want to blame everybody else, which a lot of times, there are a lot of people that you can kind of say, well, this person could have done this different or this person did this. But I think if you kind of sort of reflect on what you learned through those journeys, I think it is incredibly powerful as you work to climb the next hill. And so I think the world sees our peaks. I often say this when I'm introduced to speak at an event or whatnot, they go through the highlights of your resume. But to your point about your 5th and 6th grade or, mine, when you fail and when you're honest about it or when you face challenges and you have to kind of sort of figure out how to work through those. I think that's God, kind of sort of working on you and making you a better version of yourself, ultimately to fulfill his purpose and your pathway forward.
Well, I mean, speaking of hard times, and I know that these are they're just pictures that you can pose for, but I'm struck by these photos in your book about you guys standing in front of what had been your house and was no longer close to a house anymore after a tornado in 2011. Big smiles on your face. Do you remember taking those pictures and what was in your mind right then? Was it just gratitude that you were there?
Oh my gosh, just so much gratitude. And that's a story that I open the book with because still this very day, I have such a grateful heart about that experience. I think through it and for your listeners who have not had an opportunity to read or hear that, we were in our home when the tornado came, and it was a big one. It had hit Alabama all across the state that day. And my husband and I, along with two of my sisters and one of my dear friends and both of our children were in the house. And to kind of give you a Cliff Notes version of it, my husband ended up putting us in just the right place. Even after I had suggested many other ones. And when we finished the tornado, when the tornado left, which it seemed like it lasted forever. It felt like I was kind of in the bottom of a washing machine with a constant chug, 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 and I could only hold one of my babies. And my sister had my daughter, and I had my son, and my husband was standing on top of us, kind of standing up, so that hopefully, if one of the trees fell, that he would take the initial impact. But when it finished, we looked around and everything was gone. Our house, the second story, had blown off. When we looked up, what should have been the upstairs master bedroom was the sky, and our cars were demolished. Our things were gone. My husband ended up having to go help some of our neighbors get out of their house. One of those women did not make it and lost her life. And you think about how precious life is, and the fact that the good Lord allowed us to live and allowed us to raise our babies and allowed us to live another day, there is a deep-rooted gratitude that for me, every day, I kind of work to be worthy of that.
You do not have to run for re-election this year. Republicans, at least looking at it on paper, have a pretty good shot at taking the majority. The map's pretty favorable in terms of what seats are contested. How are you all feeling about it?
I'm excited. I think there's about seven states really in play, and it could ultimately be a huge night for Republicans, which is big, because not only does that mean that we're able to preserve the filibuster, because Chuck Schumer has said that one of his top priorities will be actually breaking the filibuster. We saw Harry Reid start this process years ago, and when people get frustrated with the gridlock and the turmoil in D.C., I like to point back to that moment where you said we don't have to work with people, we'll break it if it's not there, and that's on the Democrats, and they've said that they'll finish that, and ultimately Americans will pay the price, because they will immediately pack the Supreme Court. They'll work to federalize elections. They'll work to make D.C., amongst others, states, and they'll work to cement a liberal agenda, trying to make sure that this is a one party country, essentially, for years and years to come. And our forefathers were smart in how they set this up, and they did it to where the Senate is supposed to be the most deliberative body in the world. And I think we have to fight to keep it that way.
If it is 50-50, then you are going to need a vice president to break ties. And Vice President Harris is specifically polling with women better than President Biden did, certainly better than former President Trump is. What do you tell women? I don't know, you're in Huntsville, and what do you tell women who say, look, I'm kind of on the fence, but I've got misgivings about former President Trump just as a guy?
I think this is honestly an easy one. I talk about secure borders. I talk about stable prices. I talk about safe streets, and I talk about strong families. And when you go to the issues, this is not an election for homecoming queen. This isn't, we're not electing a homecoming king or queen. This is not a popularity contest. This is about who is going to be our commander in chief, who is ultimately going to keep our children safe. Who is going to preserve the opportunity that you and I had when I talked to them for the next generation. And every parent that I talk to knows that and believes that their children have less opportunity today than they had at their age. They feel it. They feel it coming from different angles. And so when you put it like that, and you look at the fact that here you have Kamala Harris, who has been the presumptive nominee for over 50 days at this point, and yet has only sat down for an interview one time. And when she did, she had to have her vice presidential nominee sit alongside her. She's not doing press conferences. She's not doing off the cuff questions. And so, you have to think about, do we know where she stands? We've seen where she stood before, what she's saying now. And there is a dishonesty to that. And people deserve to know know what their commander-in-chief will do. And we've seen that. We've seen under President Trump, there were no new wars. Nobody I talk to wants us in any new wars. Nobody wants our boots on the ground anywhere. And people want to prevent that, at all cost. Look, you look at where we are now. I mean, this all started with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. And look, I will tell other moms when we're talking about this, Kamala Harris has owned that moment.
Last question. I don't want to get you in trouble either with anybody in these divided times, but look, you've said that Democrats are some of your best friends in the Senate. Like who? And then also, who's somebody maybe that you haven't gotten to know on the other side of the aisle that just maybe from afar you might sort of admire?
Yeah. So, okay. They are. And I actually think, we need to talk about this. I have a lot of good friends on the other side of the aisle, and I want us to get back to a place in this country, Chris, where you don't have to agree with someone to show them respect. So two of my dearest friends came right out of my freshman class, Senator John Fetterman and Peter Welch. And so, John Fetterman from Pennsylvania, Peter Welch from Vermont, getting to know those two gentlemen at orientation, Wesley getting to know their spouses, Giselle and Margaret, and then forming, real friendships. Senator Cory Booker and I, had an opportunity when we visited Israel after October 7th, after those terrible atrocities, to get to know each other. And to be honest with you, hour one, we're kind of like, hey, okay, great. Hour two, a little bit more. And then, hour seven, like finding different ways to kind of sort of solve the world's problems. So I have a number of colleagues and friends on that side of the aisle. I think someone that I'm looking forward to getting to know is George Helmy. So he was actually sworn in this week. He is the new senator from New Jersey. And, I was proud to go and be at his swearing in. That's another thing I think that we need to start doing is, respecting our colleagues, respecting the institution. And so was there, and he is a former staffer himself. So he worked for two different New Jersey senators, and then also obviously was chief of staff there to the governor. And so he is another, kind of sort of young individual that's come into the Senate. And so I look forward to getting to know him and during his short tenure here, seeing if we can find some common ground.
Well, Senator, it was great to talk to you. The book now out in paperback, God Calls Us to Do Hard Things, Lessons from the Alabama Winegrass, from Katie Britt, United States Senator. Katie, good to talk to you.
Hey, great talking to you, and thank you for having me on.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Every 40 seconds, someone in the United States has a stroke, and 80% of those cases are preventable. This month is AFib Awareness Month. AFib is short for atrial fibrillation, one of the leading causes of stroke. So now would be the perfect time to do something so easy to manage your heart health at home in between doctor's visits. KardioMobile 6L is a small medical-grade personal EKG device that records right to your phone. You get 6 views of your heart and 6 times the data to share with your doctor. And it's FDA cleared to detect AFib. Now, you might be thinking, who can afford that? The answer is you can. It's more advanced than any smartwatch at a fraction of the cost. And now, for a limited time, KardioMobile is giving 20% off to all of my listeners. Just go to Kardia.com, that's Kardia.com, or Amazon, and use code 2024-BENSON. That's 2024-BENSON to get 20% off your KardioMobile 6L, sponsored by AliveCore Inc.
Barbara is a real Prevagen user, and this is her story.
I'm Barbara, and I'm from St. Joseph, Michigan. I'm a retired school librarian. I'm also a library board trustee, a mother of 2, and a grandmother of 2. I like to be healthy. I exercise a lot. I eat in a very healthy manner. I was working full-time, taking care of an ailing husband full-time. In short, I had an awful lot on my plate. Basically, I thought that my memory wasn't as good as it had been. I needed all the help I could get. I saw the commercials for Prevagen. I started taking it, and it helped. I noticed my memory was better. There was definite improvement. I take a supplement for my heart. Why not one for my brain? I've been taking Prevagen for a little over 5 years.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
If you or someone you know suffered any injuries involving a deployed airbag, you could be entitled to compensation. Morgan & Morgan has already recovered millions. Get America's largest injury law firm fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. I just love my new patio doors and love the work the Chapman family team has done in my home. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I would only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your front entry door, right now is the perfect time for it. For the entire month of September, Chapman is offering free hardware on a new front door, up to a $500 value. An updated front door can really change the curb appeal of your home and obviously increase the resale value. Whether you're looking for a single door, double door, or maybe a door with beautiful side lights, their experienced project consultants can help you choose that perfect new door for your home. If you or somebody you know is looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, or hardware, give them a call. You can text 610-431-8898. You can always take an online virtual tour, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
With NJ Diet, you can lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. They have customers that have lost 37 pounds, 100 pounds, and over 120 pounds, and they've kept it off. You'll have more energy, and you'll probably see better lab results. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work to provide you personalized natural formulas and supplements so you can lose the weight, and DNA testing will help you keep it off. Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. Go to njdiet.com.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Francine roaring ashore in Louisiana Wednesday evening as a Category 2 hurricane. It is now a tropical storm. Fox Weather's Robert Ray, 50 miles southwest of New Orleans.
Heavy rains and wind pounding this region, knocking out power to thousands already. The problem is storm surge is a major problem, 7 to 10 feet in some areas on the coastline like Grand Isle.
Francine packing winds of 70 miles an hour. House Speaker Mike Johnson pulling a vote on a temporary spending bill that would keep federal agencies and programs funded for 6 months. The legislation would require people registering to vote provide proof of citizenship. Congress needs to pass a stopgap spending bill before October 1st. And Taylor Swift, the big winner on the MTV Video Music Awards last night, 7 awards, including Video of the Year. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Mets were 3 outs away from a loss and from being no-hit by Blue Jays starter Bowden Francis. But Met star Francisco Lindor had something to say. Lindor tied the game at 1 in the top of the 9th inning with a solo home run to right for the Mets' first hit of the game. For the second time in 4 starts, Francis lost a no-hitter on a 9th inning leadoff homer. The Mets weren't done, going on to score 6 runs in the inning and beating Toronto 6-2. New York leaves Wednesday's action with a 1-game lead over the Braves for the final wild-card spot in the National League after Atlanta lost to the Nationals 5-1. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Will Levis seems like a very intelligent, smart, also funny guy. Got a good sense of humor about himself, the Mayo commercial and everything else. The man plays dumb. Point blank. If I'm Brian Callahan today, that's what he said in the press conference, not as bluntly as I'm saying it, he's a stupid football player. The man plays like Rambo. Not even Rambo First Blood. Rambo First Blood Part 2, when he's just going crazy in the jungle.
You know who he plays like?
That's how he plays at all times. Like he has no other gear but to play like a maniac. And Hutton, you can't do that as the quarterback. You got to play smarter, and I have not seen enough of him playing smart. We could say everything every scout has ever said about Will Levis. All the physical tools. He can throw from different arm slots. He can throw the ball all the way down the field, do all those things. He can throw it 110 miles per hour. He is not a smart football player right now.
I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are having two fabulous back-to-school specials. The 2024 S60 front-wheel drive sedan and the exciting electric C40. Each can be leased for 36 months for $369. Due at inception would be a down payment and taxes and registration fees. But in New Jersey, the C40 has no tax. The $369 is an incredible payment on each of these Cherry Hill Volvos. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo. Our team would be honored to partner with you.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Do you know a veteran in need? Nation's Finest, through the VA's Supportive Services for Veteran Families program, helps veterans and their families struggling with rent, employment, and other housing-related costs. Today, Nation's Finest operates more than 30 locations in California, Arizona, and Nevada, helping thousands of veterans every year. Visit nationsfinest.org or call 1-833-468-9676. That's 1-833-468-9676.
Imagine a world where animals and humans coexist in harmony, where wild animals thrive, habitats are protected, and marginalized communities are empowered. At International Animal Rescue, this is our vision. Our holistic, community-led projects not only rescue animals, but also protect and replenish precious habitats, creating a better future for us all. But we can't do this without you. Show your support now and help keep the wild wild. Visit internationalanimalrescue.org.
Light up Citizens Bank Park for the final City Connect Friday of the regular season on Friday, September 13th at 6:40 when the Mets are in town.
It is long gone!
Grab tickets now at Phillies.com. Fun, prizes, and surprises are in store for Fan Appreciation Night on September 25th at 6:05 when the Phils host the Cubs, and we celebrate the best fans in baseball. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies. including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens. And it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
For the first time, U.S. subscribers can stream MLB Network 24/7, including select out-of-market games.
Swing and a drive. It's deep. It's gone. Yes.
Stream minor league affiliates.
Home run number one. Or draft pick number one.
Plus, get MLB Big Inning and live audio for all 30 teams.
Baseball can't get better than this.
Experience the game like never before with MLB Network and AtBat, your all-in-one baseball destination. Only $6.99 per month. Visit MLB.com/AtBat for details. Blackout and other restrictions apply. MLB trademarks used with permission.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, September 12th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210 is how you climb aboard on social media. At 1210 WPHT, I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, James Kelly, our associate producers. On the day of Politics and Pints.
Wow.
Collingswood, New Jersey tonight, folks. Scottish Rite Auditorium. Donald Trump Jr., Dom Giordano, and the three of us. Well, technically the three of us.
Yes.
Dawn and I will go up there, script out a little intro.
Yeah.
And Stalker will be in the back wearing a ball cap doing corporate shill stuff.
That's right. That's right. I'm much more needed. Backstage, you guys are the face of this radio station, so I need your faces. Specifically Dawn's, no offense.
Right. I've always been told my voice is better than my face. Stop. I have no problem accepting that.
I need your face to greet everybody to Collingswood tonight. By the way, what a night to have Trump Jr. after that debate, huh?
Yes.
Yeah. We'd love to see. Plus, he was at the Ground Zero ceremony yesterday where Kamala Harris and Trump came, greeted one another
and shook hands
as well. Yeah,
they gave each other a hug, a peck on the cheek.
I don't think
I love you, you love me.
It was very cordial.
Yeah,
setting aside political differences on the 23-year commemoration of a tragic day.
Yep.
All right, we got a lot of good things to get to. By the way, Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Hi, good morning.
Gregory, are you okay as well, pal?
I'm good.
All right.
Thank you.
I'll see you tonight. Yeah. We'll talk to you later. All right, we got a lot of good things to get to on the show. We've got a big take on more post-debate fallout. I'm going to call it the day after, as we'll make sense of further information and developments from polls to betting markets to television ratings to which markets consumed the debate in a larger quantity than other cities and states. Pennsylvania, highlight you. Surprise, surprise, because it all comes down to Pennsylvania.
Doesn't it?
It really does.
Yeah.
Also, a couple of other things that I think is interesting because we get so caught up in whether it's a national poll, a swing state poll, a betting market, but it's actually the stock market that is the greatest indicator of election projections. Very interesting story from Fortune. We'll get to that this morning. Also, with the fact-checking, we know that Trump was fact-checked. I believe the number was 5 times. Kamala Harris 0 times, which is fascinating because Kamala told 25 total lies, which eclipsed Trump's total lies, and they all went unchecked. We will get into some of the ones that we did not discuss yesterday that were kind of the entry-level lies that we all can comprehend and digest on the fly and say, that's BS. Take a little bit of a deeper dive on that. Charles Barkley comes out and blasts Tyreek Hill, accuses him of race baiting. We'll kick that around this morning. And also when it comes to free speech, Central Bucks School District and CB West High School, a new social media policy with free speech and or hate speech.
Boy, that school is always in the news, isn't it?
It really is
Man.
the epicenter of school culture wars.
It really is.
Which is fascinating because it's right here in our own backyard. And also this morning, Will Ferrell is too woke now to ever replicate what he did in the 90s on SNL.
Oh, for God's sake.
One of the greatest skits of all time, one of his greatest characters.
You know what's funny is...
What a turd he turned out to be.
We always sit here and say about how, the 90s was such a great decade. You know what I mean? Like, maybe those of us who didn't live through it, maybe, or were little, didn't know, but everybody's like, oh, the 90s were such a great decade. Yet everybody seems to go out of their way to distance themselves from anything they did in the 90s.
Oh, yeah.
Will Ferrell, Howard Stern. You know what I mean? Like, it's really unbelievable.
Looking back on it, I was a deplorable.
Yeah.
Okay. It was actually funny. People didn't give a damn.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's really like that Gen X wheelhouse era, 80s and 90s, where you were just you, and if you didn't like it, as my mom would say, go pound sand. All right, 6:05. I love the old... We got to bring back the old cliches.
Yeah, I mean, you bring them back every morning.
I do.
What did you say yesterday? It scared the dickens out of me?
Scared the dickens out of me. Yep. They don't make them like they used to.
Yeah, okay.
All right, 6:05. Let's get to the news. Round number 1, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this morning, sponsored by Budget Blinds. Fog advisory, dense fog advisory across our region, so drive carefully, but I'll have the full forecast momentarily. In the news this morning, flags will fly at half-staff in honor of Philadelphia police officer Jamie Roman. He died 80 days after being shot during what was supposed to be a routine traffic stop. So we're hearing more and more about Officer Roman, his wife, his young children, who he leaves behind, 25th District officer, and he's described as somebody who would light up a room. The Philadelphia police officer, he's been on life support, and many prayers and vigils for him. He was escorted, as I said yesterday morning, his body escorted to a funeral home in the Northeast, and we'll be learning more and talking more about those funeral arrangements, but flags will fly at half-staff in honor of Officer Roman.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad that, and this is no disrespect, but it's the tragedy that occurs. It's sad that I have to know the names of Stephanie Mack, Marissa Fitzgerald, and now the widow of this slain officer who, fought for his life for almost 3 months after that coward did what he did. Just awful.
Mayor Sherelle Parker speaking out, saying it means we have to continue to work as hard as we possibly can to make sure the public health and safety of our city is our number one priority, and I shall not be moved. That declaration from her as they've ordered the flags to fly at half-staff. A Pennsylvania man making national news accused of drugging and then sexually assaulting at least 6 female victims, including a teenager, according to investigators. He's ID'd as 40-year-old Andrew Gallo of Copper Beach Lane in Bristol Township, facing a list of charges. But the bottom line here is that he was meeting these victims on various sites. He went by Drewster420, and the website was Sugar Daddy Meat. And so a warning going out about these sites that advertise, wealthy older men looking for legitimate, respectful hookups with, younger women, looking for companionship. So the word is the victims ranging in age from 17 to 30, according to the Bucks County DA's office. He's accused of drugging these women. So putting in beverages and food, apparently, and heavily drugging them. And then they were strangled to the point of going unconscious.
Jeez.
And horribly assaulted.
Wow, that's just awful. Just absolutely awful. Soccer's always about the eye for an eye punishment. Why don't we drug this guy, force him to watch a Jets game with Phil, and then throw him in the can?
That's your form of torture, forcing him to watch a Jets game.
Jets are torture.
What are these sites you go on and...
Stalker wants the actual web
You go to the site, sugardaddymeat.com.
Sugardaddymeat.com. That's
Sugar Daddy Meat.
That's what meat, like MEET.
Yeah, meeting.
Yeah,
like a meeting.
Yeah, not the
MEAT.
beef. Yeah. Yeah.
Aye.
This is why we need to go vegan.
Just curious. I'm just curious.
This is terrible.
So like older men go on there looking for,
younger ladies.
Mm-hmm.
And younger ladies are like, oh, this will definitely be the key to me not having to work anymore.
Stalker making it about the female. Come on.
I'm not making it about the female. I'm just saying that these sites are
because you never know which individual on there is actually
a sugar daddy.
There for that too, but sinister intentions and these psychos that strangle a woman.
Most quote unquote sugar daddies are probably not on this website.
There you go.
I mean? That's true. They're in politics.
Greg Stalker, your sugar daddy advice.
Thank you, baby.
We also, I mentioned Mayor Sherrell Parker. There was this huge turnout last night for the mayor's town hall that on this proposed 76ers arena. Meeting started late because hundreds of people showed up. A line to get inside, it wrapped around the building. Overflow rooms were available. So a lot of passion here. As they're, the mayor's argument and many who support this say, hey, look at how many NBA teams have their arena right in the heart of their center city, and that this would be good for the city. However, those many members of Chinatown say it would destroy their culture and really destroy the town. So they're trying to, come together on this. The mayor pushing for this.
Yeah, I'm kind of torn on it from the standpoint of I hate the entire complex in South Philadelphia. It just doesn't have any, I've seen what Atlanta has done. I've seen what Nashville has done, and there's so much more charm to it. Like, I've always thought Citizens Bank Park has more charm than the Link. The Link is just kind of like this metal canister. It's just, there's nothing like, you don't really feel attached to it like you did the old Vet or, obviously Citizens Bank Park. But, if you stick it downtown, it's going to be a total nightmare. But if you stick it in, what was the report? Is it Camden?
Mm-hmm. So that's the other piece of this, that they have a big offer.
Why don't you stick it out in
Juicy offer.
Why don't you put it out in Montgomery or Bucks County?
No. What?
That's what the Braves put their new stadium out. Well, I don't know if it's...
This is Nick Kayal not wanting to drive far. That's what this is.
Yeah. The Braves stuck their new stadium, and I think it's in either Marietta or Kennesaw, Georgia, and it's not in the inner heart of downtown Fulton County, and people love it. They really do. That makes it harder if you live in the city to get out there, but they kind of did that by design.
Yeah, I just think of traffic and parking. How are you gonna? What are you gonna do?
I know. Well, that's the thing. It's not realistic downtown. It's just too condensed. It is.
So we have that going on for sure. I'll just headline the story that you mentioned about Central Bucks. This is making major news that in Central Bucks they've passed this new social media policy. And this is something that, really is a follow-up because we've talked about the anti-Semitism complaints. We've talked about all the issues and lawsuits going on there. But the post will be subjected to a student code of conduct. And
This even means a student who violates the code of conduct, they could be disciplined for anything that they do social media wise off campus.
That is correct.
So
I think they're kind of, and we'll delve into it, but I believe the advisor to the club needs to be kind of in the loop, as in nothing can be posted. I think if I'm reading into it properly, without the approval of the adult kind of signing off on it, as far as like an editor to a paper, so to speak.
Yeah, what I don't get on this one, because we've reported in the past, the problem was actually a teacher in the past.
Oh, yes, that's right.
So remember that?
Yeah.
So, so I believe that the teachers and faculty, they all also have their own, code of conduct.
Mm-hmm.
This goes to students, and it stemmed from the post by a Muslim student group that was a club. And so there's that federal civil rights complaint. I've done interviews. We've been talking about this for quite some time.
Yeah, we'll do a little bit on that in the second hour of the show.
So let me get to our sponsor real quick here. Budget Blinds, ready for fall? Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop. Blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com. Get a free in-home consultation. It's the only no questions asked warranty in the entire business. When you schedule your consultation, ask about their special radio offer. Greg and Steph can tell you they have done up their house with budget blinds.
Amazing.
Beautiful job.
Amazing stuff.
I just love the motorization. It's my favorite thing. And in our forecast and our sports, it's only 6:14, and we're having way too much fun.
Yeah, I agree.
We are sponsored by Best Work Industries for the blind. So how about the Phils? What's the number now to clinch it?
8 is the magic number 8.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
And the Mets come to town this weekend.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be a great series.
Yep.
So we have a beautiful stretch of weather. Mets, does that series, I believe, starts tomorrow.
Night. Yeah.
Tomorrow night.
So they have a day off.
Yeah, they have a day off. They want to come to Puns and Politics tonight.
Yeah.
So
Me and Nick Castellanos going to hang out, have a few pops.
He's on fire.
He is.
Yeah.
3-2. That was the final for the Rays.
They swept the Rays.
It's exciting.
The Rays aren't the same Rays from the last couple of years, by the way. It's not the same team.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
They're back to being nothing.
Yep.
So we have this dense fog advisory that is being issued by the National Weather Service. Berks, Bucks, Chester, Delaware, Lancaster, Lehigh, Montgomery, Northampton, even Philadelphia. And it's also across South Jersey, Delaware, Kent, Newcastle. So be safe. And that lifts at 10 a.m. for a gorgeous 83-degree day. I don't see any major rain or any rain at all for the next 5 days in the forecast. So we continue with this pattern. It's dry, but it's nice in the 80s. We'll heat up this weekend to the mid 80s. Right now we're looking at 64 degrees. And we are sponsored for our forecast and our fabulous Phil's forecast. We are sponsored by Best Work Industries for the Blind, Changing Lives, nonprofit organization located in Cherry Hill. Best Work Industries for the Blind, providing training, employment for people who are blind or visually impaired. For employment opportunities, or if you just want to donate, go to bestworkindustries.org. Thank you, Best Work Industries for the Blind, for sponsoring Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:16 Thursday morning. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
And the Big Take this morning brought to you by Indeed. Fight, 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 but what is the right approach for a potential round 2? On Tuesday night, the biggest loser was ABC News. But ABC News will still be around after November 5th and continue to exist. Donald Trump had a bad night, and the difference between Trump and ABC is that Trump might not be around after November 5th. Kamala Harris entered Tuesday night's debate with 31% of Americans not knowing who she is or what she is about. And perhaps they emerged from the debate and believe she is tough and can handle stronger men, or perhaps the undecided and those who know nothing about her remain mystified by who she is and what she stands for. And maybe that was the Harris campaign goal. If viewers watched the first 20 minutes, they saw Trump at his best and Harris a little wobbly. If viewers stayed for 35, 40, 45 minutes, they saw some of Kamala's improved moments. If they stayed the entire night and they know anything about the truth, they saw how much of a sham ABC News really is. But make no mistake about it, Americans saw it. And Pennsylvania, the prime example. According to Nielsen, the debate drew an estimated 67 million viewers. That was a 29% increase from the June 27th debate between Trump and Biden in Atlanta, Georgia. The debate drew a 32 share, but more importantly, here in Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh received a 44 share, Philadelphia a 43 share, which ranks as the top two markets who consumed the debate in the entire country. So did Tuesday night have an impact on the results for November 5th? It appears right now, not so much. The betting market in the last 36 hours has gone from Trump +7 to a statistical tie, 49-49, to back in Trump's favor, with Trump up 2 points, 50-48. And keep in mind that gamblers, especially the sharp ones, they remove emotion and they bet with their brain, not their heart. Also, from a polling perspective, the latest YouGov Economist poll shows a statistical tie, 45-45, with Harris down 2 and Trump flat or even. The poll was conducted on September 8th, September 9th, which was the day of the debate, and the day after yesterday, September 10th. It included over 1,400 respondents, and it is D+8 unweighted and D+4 weighted. So that translates to solid news for Donald Trump. But this really shouldn't surprise anybody. Think about everything we have seen in the political calendar and landscape this summer. Biden gets knocked out in the debate. Trump gets shot. Joe drops out. Kamala's installed. Trump selects JD. Kamala selects Tim Walz. RFK endorses Trump. Conventions are had. Honeymoons are over. Polling has been relatively consistent and flat. So while, yes, it was a bad night for Trump, maybe just everybody out there was like, I already made up my mind. I'm going to watch it. Yes, Pennsylvania, Philly, Pittsburgh, we were invested. But almost everybody has made up their mind. At least that's what polling and the betting markets would show us. But will Donald Trump engage for a rematch? Reportedly, the Harris campaign wants it. Here's what 45 had to say yesterday afternoon. Listen and watch.
Well, you know, when you don't win, it's like a fighter. When a fighter has a bad fight, gets knocked out, or loses the fight, the first thing he says is, we want a rematch. So we won the debate according to every poll, every single poll. I think that, are we going to do a rematch? I just don't know. But we'll think about it. Would you still do the one?
I like the analogy, although I don't think it applies here because I think Trump had the worst night. I would actually argue that Harris and her campaign are advocating for a second round because she feels relatively confident following her debut. But if Trump agrees to a second debate, I do hope it's on Fox News. And I said this yesterday, I'll say it again now. I think he has every right to ask for Sean Hannity or Jesse Waters. But I would gladly take Brett Baer and Martha McCallum, even though he said yesterday on Fox and Friends in the morning that he doesn't want those two as moderators. I'm not sure that Kamala Harris will do a Fox News debate unless the moderators are non-prime time hosts. If she agrees to Fox, she is going to want the most, quote, neutral moderator possible. But the truth is this. Donald Trump has been in politics now for 9 years. His only option is to fight, as he said emphatically when he was almost killed. He has to debate her again. The question, however, is what is the correct strategy? Because Tuesday night was not the correct approach. It might not have been adequate preparation. Maybe he should rehire Zioli. Maybe Chris Christie should step in. They had him prepared 8 years ago. But here's the million-dollar question. Do you take the fight to her and, quote, go balls to the wall and try to embarrass her and utilize what she did Tuesday night, get under her skin, or do you run it back the same way you did against Joe Biden? Policy, and some more policy. That was my advice entering Tuesday night. But he lost focus along the way on the issues at hand. He took her bait and ABC News. And yes, it was a 3-on-1 debate, but somehow, some way, you have to stay disciplined. I want to share this information from the New York Times. I thought this is fascinating, and it illustrates being on the offensive compared to backpedaling and playing defense. If you're on YouTube, you will see this graphic. Kamala Harris had 37 minutes and 41 seconds of speaking time. She spent 17 and a half of that on the attack.
That comes out to 46% of her airtime, quote, going after her opponent. Meanwhile, Donald Trump had 43 minutes of total speaking time, but spent only 12 minutes attacking his opponent. That comes out to just about 30%. Translation, he was on his heels, and she was dictating the tempo, as was ABC News. She actually spent more time on the economy when she can't spell economy than Trump did. 6 minutes and 6 seconds to 4:13. And Trump actually spent more time on abortion, 4:08, compared to Harris at 3:40. This cannot happen again, period. Trump's biggest strength, the economy. Kamala talks more. Trump's biggest weakness, female reproductive rights. He's talking more. We need to flip that. Republican pollster Frank Luntz joined the Piers Morgan show and said that Kamala Harris didn't win the election Tuesday night, but Trump might have lost it. Listen and watch this.
Do you think Kamala won, and does that mean she may now win the election?
I think more accurately it says Donald Trump lost. And this is not the worst debate performance I've seen in my career, but it's very close to it. The conversations about people eating dogs and cats, calling the leader of Hungary one of the greatest world leaders, repeatedly missing the opportunity to focus on inflation and affordability, and the complete inability to present his point of view without completely tearing into her, into Joe Biden, into whomever was in his sights. It was a pretty negative performance, pretty pessimistic, cynical, contemptuous, and I think that this will cost him. Yes, I'm trying to decide if I want to go on record, and the answer is yes. I think that he loses because of this debate performance.
Wow. It is certainly possible. I would say, however, right now it went from small advantage Trump to small advantage Harris, but still within a margin of error. And yes, we're talking about 3 states, 42,000 votes from 4 years ago. But I want to conclude with a theory as I was thinking about this yesterday. And maybe it's too cynical, maybe it's too diabolical, but I think the audience will actually agree with this, because with Democrats and the media, you can never rule anything out. And think about everything that's gone on the last 4 years in this country. I think you have a right to think this way. Here's what I think happened and how Trump may have been played. Is it possible that CNN stayed out of the way? Think about this. We were praising us here on this show, on this station, CNN, for doing a fair and adequate job on June 27th. We never give CNN credit. So why were we? Was CNN staying out of the way and letting Joe Biden crash and burn intentionally at the behest of the power brokers of the Democrat Party in order to get rid of him and in order to get a new candidate in? Then, once Kamala Harris is installed, the setup takes place where she had said, I'm only going on ABC News, a network in which, as we know, gives her 100% positive spin coverage and Trump 93% negative spin coverage, in which also their top executive, reportedly, is a major ally and confidant and close lifelong friend of Kamala Harris, to make sure that Trump is buried. You can't rule that out. How could you after the last 4 years? Prosecutions, assassination attempts, deplatforming. This could be deemed the 2024 election interference, which would be the new Hunter Biden laptop suppression via big tech, pertaining to the New York Post story of 4 years ago. Don't tell me it's not a possibility. After everything they've thrown at Trump, the media hates Trump. The left hates Trump. And they don't like you. We know that. Here's Lawrence Jones from Fox and Friends in Washington, PA yesterday morning, speaking to a Trump supporter at a local diner who asked Trump a question live on television when it comes to the mainstream media. Listen and watch.
Hello, President Trump. I'm just curious on how you're going to combat all the fake news and break through some of the noise to get the undecided voters to vote for you this November.
Well, by doing a show like this.
What are you going to do?
It's a great question, because you really do it by doing a show like this with Lawrence and the group. You have to get your word out, and you don't have a fair media. You have a very liberal, biased media. I have no idea why I actually have no idea. Think of it. They don't want walls. They don't want borders. They don't want good economies. The things they want are destructive to our country. But I will tell you that it's very important if you're doing what I'm doing, you have to do shows like this. That's another thing. Kamala doesn't do any shows. She doesn't do interviews. She doesn't talk to people. She doesn't do anything like that. And that's not fair to the public because they don't know what they're getting. But they saw last night what they had. They had a rigged show with somebody that maybe even had the answers. I mean, I'll be honest. I watched her talk. And I said, she seems awfully familiar with the questions, and you get pretty good at that stuff after a while. But when I saw how totally rigged that was, I take a look at it, and I watch, and I say, you have to get out there. And one of the things I did is I said, let's do this show at, what time is it, 6:30 in the morning. And it's an honor to do it. But you have to go out and you have to do the shows. You have to go out and do media.
You are correct, and we don't have an honest media. But Trump needs to take his own advice and implement it better, much better, if we get a second round. Speak to the American public. I'm almost of the belief now that he needs to ignore Kamala Harris completely. Ignore the moderators completely. Pretend you're in your bathroom, rehearsing your speech. You've ever had that big job interview and you're sitting there and you're putting on your tie or your makeup and you're going through your spiel in the mirror? That is what he needs to do. It's just you staring into that camera, speaking to the American public. If he can do that and almost put blinders on and earmuffs on, it will only give him a better chance of cracking through the lopsided field that unfortunately he's had to play on for the last 9 years. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Big Take this morning brought to you by Indeed. If you need to hire, you need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit. We'll come back, get people's thoughts and reactions to some of the tidbits we gave you in that Big Take, as well as the stock market, not the polls, the greatest indicator of what lies ahead as we continue Kayal and Company. But first, a word from the Piazza Auto Group, and we are talking about Mazda this morning, specifically the CX-30. What a vehicle. It has an extensive crossover and SUV lineup. Mazda has you covered from head to toe. Between the sleek CX-5, the capable CX-50, the three-row CX-90, my wife really wants that one, by the way. And now all the new CX-70s that are out. There is something for every lifestyle. Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading will help you find the one that is right for you with financing as low as 0.9% for 36 months. Visit Piazza Mazda in Westchester and Reading for a personalized test drive, just like I had, or shop online at piazzamazda.com.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
You might wonder, John Legend, how do you keep your voice sounding so legendary? Honey. And how do I keep my protection against COVID-19 up to date? With a COVID shot this season, designed for recent variants.
You can get your COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC.
The fresher, the better.
Ask your healthcare provider about getting this season's COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever, overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for President.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano for my friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz and the Bentz Dental Group. His state-of-the-art facility makes your dentistry as easy as can be. Recently, they had a permanent tooth put in. And you know how it is. In the past, you bite down, it's too high. It's always too high. The back and forth getting it just right. Well, not this time. With Dr. Bentz, it fit perfectly the first time. Call the Bentz Dental Group now, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com, 610-272-6949.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Mustard. Scaling Company. 6:35. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Thursday morning. Here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on that good old Odyssey app. Fire that bad boy up. Hit listen live. Tap the microphone right next to it. Shoot your shot. Say what you have to say. Hit the send button. We'll play your voicemails coming up at 9:45. Cut sheet just over an hour from now. So trying to make sense of what happened on Tuesday night. We had kind of the postmortem breakdown on yesterday's show. I'm not going to redo the same show again because that's a painful exercise. But more information coming out yesterday, as I mentioned in the big take. Polling wise, not much movement. Betting market, a little bit of movement. But I got to tell you, if the polls don't move significantly when somebody gets shot in the ear, if the polls don't move significantly when the incumbent has the worst debate in modern American political history, then, I don't see much changing. You can certainly have the opinion Frank Luntz had that Trump didn't lose it, or Kamala didn't win it, but Trump might have lost it. And maybe he did. But I don't think you can come away with any decisive viewpoint as far as what the election will hold on November 5th or what voting will hold starting, right now in some states and certainly in Pennsylvania on September 16th. But we do have information, and I mentioned it in the big take, 67 million people. And I'm not surprised that there was an increase from the viewership of June 27th versus September 10th, right? Because we said people check out for the summer. Listeners and viewing habits, they change. People are on vacation. They're taking trips. They're going to the shore. But after Labor Day, everybody gets back into their groove and it's full throttle, straight through the fall holiday season. But you had a 28% increase. You had 67 million viewers. And let's almost, for now on, honestly, and forget national polls. I'm almost saying, let's forget swing states. Let's focus exclusively right here on Pennsylvania. Because of every single city that could have consumed that debate 2 nights ago, Pittsburgh draws a 44 share and Philadelphia a 43 share. So those 19 votes in the Electoral College, those undecideds, those independents right here in the Keystone State, they were locked in. How long they were locked in for, I don't know. That's up to, Nielsen and these TV brand managers that do the stocker analysis. But if they saw the first 20 minutes, they probably were like, yeah, Trump, he's got the economy. He looks good. If they stayed for 45 minutes, Dawn, they saw Trump maybe come unraveled. I do think it'll be interesting to see what Pennsylvanians think and thought watching that because their eyeballs were glued to the television.
Yeah, and I think it's back to school. So I know for a lot of kids, they were told, hey, if you can watch at least the first 15 minutes, at least the first half hour. I know for my sons, that was part of it.
Mm-hmm. So they had like school assignment work as far as watching.
Just watch it, and class discussions and more on did they discuss policy? And that's something that I think if you really look at it, because remember, younger viewers, first time voters, okay, or college age, or even, people between 18 and let's say 32 are very savvy. They're savvy to the media. They're savvy to not getting played and more cynical because of what they've been through, especially think of, first-time voters. They were, in middle school when the pandemic shutdowns happened, depending on where you were.
Well, that's, I think,
much
the
more
key,
cynical.
The way you frame it there, because it's first-time voters, because we know that young people typically don't vote. But if you're and I would say first-time voter, yes, obviously, technically, the first time you can vote 18, but you might not vote in your life for the first time until you're 24 or 28 or 32 years old, whatever it might be. You might be my age, and this might be the first time you've ever voted because you thought, voting's a waste of time, elections, blah, 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 they don't mean anything. My life doesn't change significantly one way or the other. But I would counter and punch back by saying, oh, no, your vote matters. And I know there's certainly a segment of this audience that feels disenfranchised after what they believe happened 4 years ago. But this is why you have to believe your vote matters, and you have to vote, and you have to take advantage of all the tools that are out there, including early voting and mail-in ballots. I was thinking about these numbers last night. We live in a nation of over, 340 million people. Roughly 155 million voted. And as big as this country is, as many people as there are, this thing came down to 42,000 votes in 3 states. I mean, that is such a minuscule number when you look at the mass population and the total number of people that could potentially vote. So to say that your vote won't matter, no, it really could matter.
Smaller than the size of Springfield, Ohio.
Well, there you go. And I'm just thinking about that. I would love to know what the population of Bluebell is. Let's just say, for the sake of conversation here, Bluebell has 42,000 people. That would be like I'm going to come in and airlift everybody out of their home in Bluebell, put them in a massive chopper. We're going to dump you into Citizens Bank Park in South Philadelphia and say, everybody in this building right here's the difference in a win or a loss. So I'm blown away by a lot of this. I was thinking about it from many different angles last night. And I also think, and this is not to say, because I'm not one of these guys, I've said this on the air, I'm not one of these guys that complains about the referees. Do a better job. If you blame it on the refs, you've already lost. And yes, I get it. Trust me, ABC News, and we talked about it. They, to me, were the biggest disgrace of all on Tuesday night. But I wouldn't rule it out. I mean, seriously, if you think about this, did you ever think you were going to sit back after June 27th on that next night, the next morning we were on June 28th and say, I'll tell you what, man, Dan Abash and Jake Tapper, they did a bang-up job. I got a lot of respect for them. They did it. So you start thinking about the wheels and putting the wheels in motion. And we've said this in the past. Democrats are a lot of things. They're not stupid, right? And I just look at all of this and it's like, this was the way to get Biden, because we've never seen that before. A debate for an election for the presidency of the United States in June? Unheard of. And then we get ABC News and David Muir, who's like labeled. I've seen the ad, by the way, when I watch sports on ABC. The most trusted and watched name in evening news. He was totally in the tank for Kamala.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
100%.
By the way, if you had to guess, Nick Kayal,
yes,
what would be your guess for the population of Blue Belt in Pennsylvania?
6,400. Don't do this to him.
Well, my numbers are way off. So if 42,000 is what I said, then it's either got to be like 200,000 or Dawn just said 6,000. I'm never close.
I was looking for, so Norristown has nearly 36,000. So if you think of Norristown, maybe that's closer to your number.
Okay. Yeah.
You're looking for.
I mean, so that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about like Norristown deciding the election from a sheer number standpoint.
Getting ready to set Nick up. And
I know. Don't do that. It's not nice.
What was it, 6,400?
6,500, yeah.
That's it. Oh, so you okay? I thought you were just
6,500 is the population of Blue Belt as of 2022.
KYW's got more employees than Blue. Holy hell! I never would have thought 6,000. Man, I live in a real small town. Okay, well there you go. So I think that's important, but I want to give some good news because I know a lot of people down in the dumps. If they objectively looked at Tuesday and they said their guy didn't do a great job, maybe it doesn't matter. And maybe polls really don't matter. And certainly over the last 4 years, you can argue that the polls have been atrocious. But Stocker found this story. I thought it's interesting from Fortune. And they lay out a couple of things regarding the stock market. And you don't have to be some financial wizard to understand what I'm about to share with you. According to the New York Times, Kamala Harris now is ahead of Donald Trump by 2 points, 49-47. When you look at some of the projections, like Nate Silver's 538, it is a 47-44 lead for Kamala Harris. So that's 3 points. So let's just say 2 or 3 points in favor of Kamala. Then the betting market has what, according to this article, is 49-49. I saw last night Trump's back up too, but let's call it a coin flip as well. It's actually the S&P 500's performance that is a true indicator or the most accurate source for predicting elections. And they write the following, and I want to read this for you and give you something to feel good about here on this Thursday. While these election polls will get most of the headlines, it turns out Americans might be better off watching the stock market if they want to know who will be in Washington next year. Election polls' historical accuracy has been spotty at best. In a 2023 examination of hundreds of U.S. election polls dating back to 1998, so going back 25 years, 538 senior elections analyst Nathaniel Rakich found that pollsters accurately predict the winner 78% of the time. And in 2022, that dipped to just 72% of the races. On the other hand, the S&P 500's performance between August and October, that 3-month stretch, August, September, and October, has accurately predicted the winner of every election since 1984. So for the last 40 years, my entire lifespan, what the S&P 500 is showing you in that quarter, August, September, October, is 100% absolute on determining the winner. They go on to say, Comerica Bank's chief investment officer, John Lynch, and senior analyst Matthew Anderson offered a simple explanation between stock prices and election outcomes in a Tuesday email to their clients. Equity performance reflects broader economic sentiment. When voters are satisfied with the economy's direction, they tend to support the status quo. And when they are dissatisfied, they are more inclined to vote for change. Hello, Trump. Lynch and Anderson noted with a strong stock market performance for the full year before an election, it has also been heavily correlated with success for the incumbent party. It hasn't always been a guarantee. The S&P rose 14% and 13% in 76 and in 1980. Okay, but that was, again, pre-1984. Since 84, it's been accurate. But the incumbent party lost the election during both of those inflation-heavy years. Hello, Trump, again. There are two big indicators right there that I just gave you. On top of that, last note, the third one to this magical mystery right here. The misery index. The misery index, I like that. Combines the seasonally adjusted unemployment rate with the annual inflation rate into a single measure in an attempt to gauge the economic pain that Americans are feeling. A higher number signals consumers are struggling with rising prices and finding jobs, leading to more economic misery. The 3-month average of the misery index between August and October has accurately predicted every presidential election since 1980, going back 44 years. So what does it mean now? The latest misery index came in for August at 6.7%. That's down from a Biden administration peak of 12.5% in July of 22, but it's up from this June's 6.5%. If this rule holds, this election, Kamala Harris's chances are in serious jeopardy. And I want you to think about this. Dawn mentions the economy. Dawn talks about the Fed a lot once a month on her show. We've had job reports that have showed corrections and revisions, a.k.a. overinflated lies. And inflation is still 2.8%, which, by the way, is about still 2 times as high as what it was under Trump. If you're looking for good news, if you're looking for reliable indicators, I just gave it to you. This is very good for Donald Trump. And what was his highlight of the night on Tuesday night, Dawn? The economy, the first 15 minutes. If these numbers hold true, it's a positive for the Trumpster and a negative for Harris.
The quote is, equity performance reflects broader economic sentiment. Equity, this is equity used in the proper way, as opposed to DEI, right?
I was just thinking the same thing.
But I think, you know what? I think that Trump supporters, it's weird. Trump supporters, in my opinion, were more like disappointed because you know what Trump can do, because you study him, you watch him, you love him, you're like, so you wanted him to come out and do a KO. But he was solid. And it's interesting to me that independent voters, or people who might not be as, hardcore, let's say, actually thought Trump did a good job and thought that Kamala Harris did not answer the questions, that she had clearly memorized things and really didn't give the answer. And that's what I'm seeing more. So I think it's that, it's fascinating to me to watch this and hear people say, I thought he, whatever, he was lower energy or he wasn't himself. But I think he actually was steady in his performance and gave more substance and policy. So this is fascinating to watch, that the fact that he did not come out punching or bold played well with, I think, more independent type voters.
Well, I'm hoping that's what resonated, because the CNN flash poll post debate said 63% believe Kamala Harris won. But that's not necessarily the worst thing in the world. First of all, it's a CNN poll, so I'm assuming it's CNN viewers and consumers. And when we talk about a small sliver that's going to determine this election, how many of those 37% that won are the independents? And truly, if you are undecided, if you are an independent, if your vote really hangs in the balance and you're a no-nonsense, I'm not a social media guy, I'm not interested in Trump's zingers, I'm not interested in Kamala acting like she's tough, all I care is about bottom line results, then maybe you do believe Trump gave you more substance and more policy. And I do agree with Frank Luntz, where I thought Trump dropped the ball when he could have gone further on, inflation and certain policies and specifics. However, even though Trump didn't have a great night by any measure, he still gave more substance and policy than Harris. And maybe that was by design. Maybe the Harris campaign just wanted to come in here because we and I have to believe that Trump can, and this is why I was so disappointed with the Trump team. We talked about the report of Hillary Clinton prepping Kamala, saying he can be rattled, you can get under his skin. So it was out there for the public to know that it's a distinct possibility that Kamala is going to come in there and try to ruffle some feathers. And the fact that he allowed her to do that and he took the bait was so disappointing for me. But hopefully the independents say, you know what, like we heard that lady yesterday. Stocker played that lady from somewhere in, I think, Erie, PA on the cut sheet. All she cares about is the economy. So she's not taking any of the bait on any of the stuff that we chop up on a daily basis, 6 hours a day. But she just looks at the bottom line. And that's what I project to people. And I hope that, because as I've said, it's like you're going into the grocery store and you've purchased both products before. Or maybe you didn't purchase them because you didn't vote for Biden, but you've lived through it. And you can sit there and compare candidate A to candidate B and which one made your life better. And I'd like to think that's what the election comes down to, but sadly, I don't think that's where we are.
And the weirdest thing is with my kids, they talked about the economy, they talked about taxes, all of that, but then they talked about the cats and dogs comment too. Mm-hmm. That was blowing up yesterday.
That's all I heard yesterday.
Yep.
So.
And in school, in high school, that was the discussion. And
which I would expect for 16, 17, and 18-year-olds. I don't expect them to be talking about the S&P 500, right?
Well, I don't know, but then they were doing their research, and they said, all right, there was one lady who ate a cat in Ohio. And I'm like, what? Mm-hmm. This is a bizarre conversation, you guys. Mm-hmm. But that was what it devolved to. It was, did somebody eat a dog or a cat or what have you?
Mm-hmm. 855-839-1210. The 25 lies that Kamala Harris told. There's a couple I want to get into that are beyond the entry-level surface stuff. We'll do that on the other side. And then also a moment of camaraderie between the two combatants. We will play you the footage on the other side. Dawn's News to kick off the 7 o'clock hour as we continue. Plus, actually, I just saw this. My call screener just rebooted. We've got a lot of calls to get to.
Yes.
I'm going to take all of your calls. So if you're on hold, I'm just seeing them now. Hang tight. We'll take your calls as well. 855-839-1210. Back after this on Kayal and Company.
The sensational Sarah McLachlan, live in Atlantic City, celebrating 30 years of fumbling towards ecstasy, performing the album in its entirety, plus her greatest hits, for one incredible night, with special guest, Tiny Habits, live at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa, Friday, October 25th. Get tickets now at theborgata.com.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Oops.
Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La 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 la.
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are having two fabulous back-to-school specials. The 2024 S60 front-wheel drive sedan and the exciting electric C40 each can be leased for 36 months for $369. Due at inception would be a down payment and taxes and registration fees. But in New Jersey, the C40 has no tax. The $369 is an incredible payment on each of these Cherry Hill Volvos. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo. Our team would be honored to partner with you.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
This year's election may determine the future of Social Security.
Jim O'Neill, Huntington Valley, Pennsylvania. I have my doubts about where we're going as a country. My concerns with the election and the economy are that much of our Social Security funding may dry up in 7 years, 10 years, which is not good for the citizens who paid into that system. With the crash-proof retirement system, I can supplement or even replace Social Security and not deplete my nest egg. It's guaranteed. This year, I have earned over 14%. We do not have to pay any fees, and you cannot lose it. I am election proof because no matter what happens in this election cycle this year, I am protected by crash proof retirement.
Election Proof Your Retirement Future. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, September 17th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This weekend, Catholics in the Archdiocese of Philadelphia will hear a special message from Archbishop Nelson Perez read at Mass. We urge you to listen prayerfully to his letter about an important moment for the Catholic Church. Please ask your pastor for details. Thank you.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show and meet Ike Reese.
Archbishop Wood basketball team, it's your boy Ike Reese.
That's Conklin at Wood, September 28th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 7:01. Hour number 2 on this Thursday morning. Big announcement coming up at 9:30 this morning. Stay tuned for that. No, Stocker's not leaving. I'm not leaving. Dawn's not leaving.
Who's saying it? Somebody's leaving.
People speculate. Every time you say, big announcement.
Oh.
Who's leaving? Who's being added? Nothing. It's a cool thing. You'll like it. You'll have a chance to take advantage of it. But you got to stick around. That's the way it works. 2.5 hours from now. 855-839-1210. Full board of calls to get to. Sound like I'm doing a sports show here. We're going to run the board coming up. We'll get to your calls. But first, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:02. And yes, she's not going anywhere, but she's on standby with the news. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal & Company News Live. This September the 12th, we are sponsored by Budget Blinds this morning in Kayal & Company News Live. Heavy, dense fog advisory and just warnings put out there. I guess in Bucks and Berks counties, it's pretty bad. So it's expected to burn off by about 10 o'clock this morning. But that National Weather Service is putting out that advisory. 60 degrees, mostly cloudy this morning right now here in Kayal & Company News Live. So let's look at it as we see that there was a jam-packed meeting last night in Philadelphia. In fact, the meeting that was centered around the fact that, Mayor Sherrell Parker, pushing for this Sixers arena in the city of Philadelphia in Chinatown. However, Chinatown business leaders and community leaders say that in a cultural way, this would devastate their culture and Chinatown. So packed meeting, also union jobs, a lot of union jobs at stake here. So some of the unions really want this as well. But that's one of the headlines this morning with Mayor Parker speaking about this and pushing for a new Sixers arena right in the heart of the city and the heart of Chinatown.
Why don't people like the sports complex? Because it's so far removed from the city? Isn't it convenient that it's all there?
I mean, it's convenient that it's all there, but I mean, that convenience I think is only applicable if you were going from one stadium to the next on the same day, right?
Yeah, but like, if I want to go see a Sixers game, I want to go into Center City. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't want to deal with Center City traffic, but I also don't want to deal with the parking lots and the madhouse trying to get out of the sports complex, right. Which I guess, in theory, it would only be worse in the city, right?
Are they
'Cause
guessing?
It's more congested.
Are they guessing that there's more Sixers fans? More Sixers fans would go to games if it was in Center City because they could just, take the subway or walk
I don't think it's necessarily about fan attendance because they've had pretty good attendance during the last couple of years, the last 5 years where they've been a legit, playoff team. But I think it's the broader economic impact of
I get it.
The community and what the Sixers can do with businesses. It's just like, God, but that sports complex is just
yeah.
It's just a concrete jungle. It's a concrete slab of 3 stadiums. There's nothing like, boy, look at, you got a Lambeau Field for the Packers. It's like right in the middle of a neighborhood. It's like next to Bob's house. The Packers Stadium is like in a little street in Willow Grove.
Yeah, I get it, but
yeah, I don't know I don't know the real answer to this. I really don't.
We're not New York. Like most of our entire listening audience is in the suburbs, and I'm not saying that, but like Philadelphia is a suburb city. Yeah. It just is.
Right.
For the mayor, first of all, you're looking at, so it's a $1.5 billion arena. And so IBEW Local 98 was out there. So you had union. This is jobs. This is big for the union. So they're pro arena, just to make it clear. So
of course.
Yeah, you picture the convention center in that area. I mean, they had people in lines up and down the street trying to get into this thing. Mm-hmm. Had to create extra room, open up extra. It was packed.
Yeah.
Because it's so you have the city that wants it, you have the union and the unions that want it because it means jobs. The number that they put out there was, they said 28 out of 30 NBA teams have downtown, and Nick talked about this earlier, have downtown arenas. Mm-hmm. So they're saying this is not new, this is not problematic. Most NBA teams are in a city.
Yeah.
And they're claiming that it would mean, it would be good for restaurants, it would be good for the city and other businesses.
Absolutely. I mean, you think about all that extra foot traffic that you normally wouldn't have for businesses.
Well, there isn't a lot down there. You're kind of, if you want to go down there right before a game or a concert or something like that, there's not a lot of options to eat at or do,
No.
So I do understand. Or you're stuck, paying $37 for a hot dog.
Yeah. Or a stale cheesesteak.
So New Jersey has offered the Sixers $400 million in tax credits.
Wow.
And outlined those plans for the sprawling mixed-use waterfront development. So that's on the table, really puts the pressure on the city of Philadelphia.
Yeah.
So this is a huge issue, and we've been covering it, so we just want to continue to follow up on that one. Also a warning going out from law enforcement as well as the district attorney in Bucks County after this Pennsylvania man was accused of drugging and then assaulting at least half a dozen female victims, starting at the age of about 16, 17 years old, and then going up to late 20s, early 30s. The man accused here, 40-year-old Andrew Gallo of Copper Beach Lane in Bristol Township, facing quite a list of charges, including 5 counts of rape, 6 counts of possession with intent to deliver a controlled substance, 4 counts of strangulation. There's the list of charges goes on and on. He went by the name Drewster420, went on a website that he's not related to. He used the website SugarDaddyMeet.com and going on to prey upon, according to the DA's office, women 17 to 30 years old. So preying on these women allegedly and then drugging them, slipping some serious drugs into their drinks, incapacitating them, and then accused of strangling them to the point that they passed out.
Yeah, that guy needs to have the book thrown
horrible.
at him. Yeah.
And so they believe, I think the feeling here is there could be other victims. So they're asking people to come forth, but this guy is being held he's being held right now on $5 million bail.
Yeah, he's not getting
as of this morning.
Yeah, he can't post that.
Yeah, so a horrible situation there. We also have the situation locally, and quite the vote went in yesterday as far as in Bucks County. I know we'll get to this. CB West, new social media policy. It's really in reaction to what has been happening, and in particular with one advisor who's the Spanish teacher of a club for students who are Muslim. Some of those postings were quite shocking to the community there in Bucks County. So now they're putting into place a new social media concept and policy, a code of conduct that would restrict students, even when they're not in school, restrict what they can say on a website that has something to do with the club or the school, and it would be disciplinary action. So that's raising, I think, red flags, why it's making national news, because some are saying, will this be challenged in a First Amendment case?
Yeah,
I know we'll talk about it moving forward.
7:30.
So, okay, 7:30 is the time we'll talk about it?
Hopefully. Card subject to change, Dawn, as they say.
Budget. So we've got Budget Blinds sponsoring our news this morning. Ready for fall. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com. Get that free in-home consultation. The only no questions asked warranty in the entire business. When you schedule your consultation, ask about their special radio offer. So thank you, Budget Blinds, for sponsoring our news this morning. We have we also have Indeed sponsoring our forecast. We talked about the Phils sweeping the Rays, having a day off today, as Nick and Greg said, suggesting that maybe some of our Phillies would attend this evening's Don Jr. event.
Yeah, I think they should.
Castellanos showing up.
Bring everybody. Bring the whole squad.
Come out of the closet.
Pack the house.
But it's a big night for us, and it's going to be beautiful weather. Not that we'll be outside for the Don Jr. Trump event. Are there still some tickets available?
I believe, I think maybe just a handful. But like if you really, 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 I've waited to last minute and be like, oh, I don't know, 1210WPHT.com. I think there's still a few, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. So come, because we'll all be there. It'll be so much fun.
Yeah. Dawn and Nick will bring them out on stage, and it'll be a good time.
I've already got my script written. I know what I'm going to say.
Collingswood, New Jersey. You're so prepared.
I'm just going to say Collingswood, New Jersey, and everybody's going to stare and be, holding their drink, and they won't react. And then I'm going to have to say it again, and then they'll get all excited.
Oh, you're going to.
And then Dawn's going to talk. The place will go nuts. And then we'll bring out Dom and Don Jr.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
It's always the unscripted stuff that's more fun.
I
agree.
I need both your drink orders before
whiskey, the bottle.
So funny. All right, let's get to the forecast, which is sponsored by Indeed. Today, 84 degrees. What a sunny, beautiful stretch. 84 today, 85 tomorrow, and that's tomorrow. Remember, we start a new series, our Philadelphia Phillies starting this new series with the Mets at home. 85 tomorrow. Then for the weekend, 87 and sunny on Saturday. For Sunday, 84 degrees. And even into early next week, there's not any or much precipitation in this forecast, so that lower humidity, beautiful sunny skies. So today, even though it's foggy, cloudy this morning, it's expected to burn off, and by 10 o'clock this morning, we'll see the sun come out. 64 now, heading up to 84. We are sponsored by Indeed. Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform really helps you attract, interview, and hire the candidates all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Let's get to all of your calls, 855-839-1210. I actually want to start, let's go line 2. We have Steve in Pennsylvania. I think he has an observation that I'm not sure I saw myself. Steve, good morning. You're on Talk Radio 1210.
Yeah, hi. One thing I'm surprised I haven't heard anybody bring up about the way ABC did the debate was with the evening news, they started a countdown clock, making it look like it started at 8.
Sure.
And at 8 o'clock, they had a panel with Jonathan Karl and 3 other Trump haters.
Okay.
And they were pushing all those lies that Kamala didn't get fact-checked on for a whole hour before the debate started.
Oh, okay.
It was really, the Trump bashing began at 8 o'clock.
Okay.
And they even tried to advertise as though that's when the debate started.
Interesting.
So
yeah, that was technically
I never
the
saw
pregame coverage, right? The hour before the actual kickoff. Because for me, Steve, I didn't put it on until exactly 9 o'clock. And I just put my TV, because I always watch Fox News, I put on Fox, which was, of course, the ABC simulcast. So I didn't see any of this ABC pregame coverage.
I see Jonathan Karl, and I just turned. You're right. He is so nasty.
Well, I mean, I think, honestly, based on what the Newsbusters organization has shared from MRC, the Media Research Center, that analyzes pro and negative coverage of politicians, I think it's safe to say that ABC News is hands down the most lopsided from a bias standpoint. Which is remarkable because we always talk like, MSNBC, Rachel Maddow, Joy Reid, and I get MSNBC, CNN, Fox News are a little different.
They don't pretend, though. They don't, that's the difference. Is MSNBC is like we have Rachel Maddow, Chris Hayes, Joy Reid. Like we're not pretending what we are.
Right.
I mean, the NBC News banner should be completely removed from them, in my opinion, because if you're going to be a liberal news network or a liberal news talk, network, that's fine. There's obviously an audience for it. That's fine. But then remove the NBC title from it because it's just
news.
Yes, yes, exactly.
Yeah. Well, to that point, I mean, if you look at ABC News, you look at CBS News, you look at NBC News, whether you watch those national feeds on a weeknight basis for that hour and a half before, or after the local news, before Jeopardy comes on and things like that, or any of those Sunday shows, they're not news anymore. Not that they ever really were, but it's so far removed and it's gone so far left that it's just propaganda.
They're still the highest rated, quote unquote news shows out there. Are still those 6:30 newscasts, and ABC is the top dog with that.
Do you think that's just convenience of the timing?
I think for us, for us in this area, 6 ABC is just far and beyond, the number one news network in the city. It has been for 50 years.
Yeah, Jennings, Papa, Gardner.
So they just they're watching the 6 o'clock news here in Philly, and I'm assuming it's like that.
Yeah.
New York and other places too.
Yeah. 855-839-1210. Let's do Paul in Westchester. Paul, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Paul, you go ahead.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Long time listener.
Thank you.
And before I begin, I don't want to have you blowing the gasket or cracking the shell. With that being said, I want to use a boxing analogy for your fighter, Trump. Let's just use a boxing analogy.
Go right ahead.
Merely for the fact, what's her name? The prep girl, you said Toshiba, the one who beat Kamala in the first debate. You guys was all cheering for Trump when he had her. She beat Kamala in a sparring match.
Tulsi.
So then you guys say, okay, what's her name? You know the lady.
Tulsi.
Tulsi Gabbard.
Tulsi Gabbard.
Tulsi Gabbard. Okay, so you guys were like, yeah, we got Tulsi Gabbard. She beat her in the sparring match. So then when Trump gets her, you guys is upset because now we had George Foreman. Let's say Biden, George Foreman over the hill.
Yep.
He don't have it in him no more. So he had to pass his title off to the next one up in line, which was Kamala.
Yep.
So then you guys is like, now you guys is complaining that it wasn't the ref, that it was the judge counting the punches.
Well, no. I never ripped Tulsi or Laura Loomer. That, first of all, that was Stalker that brought those two up.
Yes.
But I also don't even know that I blame Tulsi Gabbard, because I actually think, based on the demeanor and you're talking about that match between Tulsi and Kamala from almost 5 years ago.
Yes.
Her demeanor and her composure was really good. And Trump didn't exude that beyond the first 15 minutes. So now I have no idea what she told him, but my guess is he didn't stick to it and maybe took more of whatever Laura Loomer suggested, if that's true. Because based on but here, hold on one second. I'll let you finish, Paul.
Okay. Right.
Every time I've ever seen Tulsi Gabbard, she is always just very laid back, relaxed. She's almost a little too chill for me, but I like to have a little bit of juice, a little bit of energy. So I don't know that it's really she's the one to blame. I think the blame is actually on Trump.
Okay, so now that's who your fighter is. Your fighter is a haymaker. He don't know how to put combinations together. He's a haymaker fighter. No matter how much you try to teach him, he want to do haymakers. So it's not the judges who count that Kamala was floating like a butterfly, stinging like a bee.
All right, so you're going to go boxing, which I got you. So you're trying to make, and I'll let you finish because I think this is a good conversation. You are saying he's like Mike Tyson in the 90s where he tries to knock you out right away.
No, not Mike Tyson. No, not Mike Tyson, because he don't do no knockout punches. He's not that type. Mike Tyson is a brawler.
All right, so you're a boxing guy, right? So Lennox Lewis, early 2000s, pugilist specialist, right? He would jab you. He's like Roy Jones Jr. He's like Floyd Mayweather, where it's not the knockout blow.
No,
I would argue that hold on. I would argue on June 27th that Trump stayed very disciplined and was just throwing jab after jab after jab. Trump didn't throw a knockout blow to Biden. He just methodically picked them apart, and then Joe self-destructed on his own because his brain is mush. Am I wrong there?
I'm not going to agree with that. But before you let me go, because I know before you let me go, let me make this point and then another point.
Go ahead.
So at that point, Trump is Butterbean. Remember Butterbean?
So I got to let you go. Chris Christie is Butterbean. Come on, man. Butterbean.
I need to make 6 more points. Okay, hang on. I got to make 6 more.
I know
points.
our audience is probably trying to Google all these boxers right now. Like, who the hell is he talking about?
Butterbean with
are we really
man boobs?
Are we really comparing this to a boxing match? I mean,
because Trump. That's the thing. Trump is not a slick talking politician. He's not. He's a guy who's a problem solver. He was a builder. He's a businessman. Now after running for president, that was his first gig. But the truth is, Trump is, and part of his authenticity is that, you look at him and you go, well, this is not a slick talking politician. He did not memorize all of the answers. He's not a Gavin Newsom. He's not a Bill Clinton. Look at anybody.
But he should have been more prepared, correct?
I think he was prepared. I just think
he should have been more composed.
I think he just riffs. I think that's what he's listening. He's listening to what they're saying and he's reacting. And the number one rule is don't answer their questions.
He got too emotional when he took the bait from her. The end. He did. And it went off the rails from there.
Yeah.
And what's everybody talking about? The eating dogs and cats.
Yeah.
That's what everybody's talking about. He went off the rails.
Yeah.
He took her bait, the end.
Yeah. And look, I get it. It's 3-on-1. And honestly, yes, he did take the bait, But this is why I'm not in politics. He still handled it, and I'm not. This is not to say that he deserves points for it, but it's just the truth. He handled it better than I would have. I would have just. This is just me. I would have blown a gasket on the moderators. Like I would have been like, "Are you going to I would have been shouting over the muted mic. I would have just lost my ever-loving mind.
Guys, I'm telling you, the 15-16 Trump would have. Would have what? Would have done that to the moderator. She's done it in the past.
So
he's done more debates than anybody in the history of politics.
So are you saying he should have done that?
Yes.
Okay. Because you're saying
he has in the past.
Well, yeah, but so you're saying he went off the rails, which results in a loss for him.
He went off the rails in a way that he shouldn't have. He should have directed his anger and ire towards the moderators.
So no dogs and cats, but just attacking the moderator.
100%.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify where your position is. All right.
I think that his demeanor in not engaging with I think that part of the strategy, if I look at it, part of the strategy is that if you watch that and you've been told that this guy is Hitler, this guy is going to scream at everybody and he's a bully. Did you see a bully? Did he bully? He did not.
No, I can't say he did.
He was not screaming. He was not a bully. He was not any of those things. And so I think that was by design, and I actually think it worked. I think that if anybody watched even the first half hour, whatever they consumed of it, they did not see a bully. They did not see somebody who is being called over the top and crazy and ranting. He didn't do it.
I mean, much like the, and maybe this is because I'm not spending as much time on social media anymore because wife and kids are there and I just don't have the time. I did not see, like Stalker said yesterday, or when you guys brought up in the news, Dawn, you brought it up in the news about that animal story. I didn't know that story existed, whether it's fake or not fake. I didn't even know of it. But I also didn't know about this. I mean, I know Laura Loomer is, and I don't really care for her. But I didn't know that she has been working with the Trump campaign.
He's doing himself no favor. I
totally agree
with her by his side. He's just not. And I know all the you know you're talking about. Okay, great. Because it was, I'm sure it was her that fed him that dogs and cats story. I'm sure it was her, and that is all anybody's talking about today. So, I just don't understand why it's so hard for people to admit that, he had a bad debate. If he didn't, I
disagree. It was bad. I disagree that it was bad. I do.
Okay. He went off the. Okay, it's whether it matters now is.
It was not bad.
Is okay. All right. All I'm saying is that he is. Whether it matters in the election or not, who knows?
Yeah.
We don't know. The polls really haven't changed since the debate, so nobody knows. But I'm saying he had a bad debate.
What really matters, though, is he has said that he has learned from his first time, right? He's not going to surround himself with certain people. And that applies to people, the bureaucrats, the swamp creatures, who you can trust. Okay, that's great. If you get in office, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. But, dude, attaching yourself to Laura Loomer is a losing endeavor.
It is, 100%. Any of these social media people, and I know, we got ripped yesterday. Any of these social media people, they're not your friends. Yeah. Just stop. Stop listening to them. Stop believing them. Somebody's like, they've done more for the conservative movement. No, they haven't. How many elections have you won since 2016? You know what I mean? They're not doing any favors for you. Stop listening to them.
I think the bigger issue here with the Springfield, Ohio story is that you think of somebody who's very prepared, somebody like Kaylee McEnany, who would always have her binder and have, all of the information. All of the information on Springfield, Ohio, that story, is that under a Republican governor, Mike DeWine, Mike DeWine and his family have a relationship with a Haitian bishop after the tragic death of their daughter Becky, and they opened up that pipeline. They welcomed wonderful Haitian people escaping a gang-ridden, horrible situation in Haiti, and welcomed people to Ohio who are and were welcomed. This is why I wish that Trump as well as Republicans need to own this. That, in other words, Republican Mike DeWine and Republicans in Ohio support the good folks who want to come and leave a horrible situation in Haiti. The problem with Biden-Harris's border policies is they have welcomed in these wolves in sheep's cloth who are coming into communities across America. Where do they live? Where do they reside? Within that migrant community, okay, within the 98% of good people. And who do they prey first upon? The migrant community.
Yeah.
And so that's really, if Trump could embrace that going on, then, because a lot of those Haitians in Ohio are Republican. They're conservatives. They know what a horrible government is, right? They know what a repressive, oppressive government is. So that's really, I think, the layered approach here. And so somebody who is, and I don't, Laura Loomer, whoever, some people will give one snapshot, but it's really not a sophisticated, long-form view that would allow Trump to articulate that situation and therefore make sure that nobody can say, oh, he's broad brush stroking all migrant people. I don't think that's what he's doing.
Right.
You have to go back and look at those debates with Hillary Clinton and him in the primaries. Like he tore them up, like just amazing. Yeah. And he's just like he needs to go back to that.
Yeah, and go back and watch the old footage.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Run the footage back.
Yeah.
Say, hey, remember when you did this?
Yeah.
That's what he needs to do. I just don't understand this whole these people that sugarcoat everything. Well, it wasn't that bad. No, it was bad. It was bad.
I don't think it was bad.
Okay.
I said yesterday,
there's two different
as my kids say, it's mid.
There's two different conversations here. It was bad for him. Whether it matters or not is a completely different story.
Right.
Whether it changed anybody's opinion is a completely different story.
You can say he lost the debate, but not say what Frank Luntz has said, that he lost the election.
Exactly.
855-839-1210. We'll come back. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back and talk for 9 seconds, take another break, and then we'll get to the cut sheet, I promise. Coming up, 7:45. Stay right there.
Gerhardt's Appliances has what you need to be tailgate ready this season for the Birds and the Fightins Pennant Drive. Whether it's the in-home appliances needed to prepare your famous Kelly green pepper casserole before pregame, or the barbecue grills you'll need to fire up the last of your sausage links in the parking lot before kickoff or first pitch, Gerhardt's has you covered with the best game day deals on appliances, helping Philly sports fans get the season cooking since 1945. Visit Gerhardt'sAppliance.com.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashow, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different, but here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, like $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed no matter the condition. The best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
It's that time of year again to consider replacing your old drafty windows and doors before another long, cold winter season rolls in. And my good friends at Guida Door and Window will help make your window and door replacement project more affordable with their buy one, get one half off sale. For every door and window you buy, you'll get the second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, Guida is making it easier to afford your project with no money down and interest-free financing for up to 18 months. Act now. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, G-U-I-D-A.com.
It's not just about watching the game. It's about betting on it. I'm Mike Valeni, and on Cash the Ticket, Jim Costa and I break down every college football and NFL matchup like it's the last game we're ever going to watch. From the best bets to the sneaky underdogs, and of course, as my co-host likes to say, the value. And the one thing we're not going to do is pretend we're professionals. We have fun with it. It's an entertainment product, and it makes watching games a hell of a lot of fun. So cash the ticket, follow it in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever. Overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for President.
Imagine taking a shower that never runs out of hot water. Well, here's some good news. Bradford White's Infinity Series GS and GR tankless water heaters deliver endless hot water whenever you need it. They're highly efficient too, saving you energy and money. Like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. How you heat your water matters. Learn more about our Infinity Series tankless water heaters at bradfordwhite.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
7:34, Kayal and Company as we continue live on this Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, and Greg Stocker. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet coming up 7:45. Let's continue up with these calls. Let me go. I'm going to get both of these guys in here. Let me start with Gary, who he claims to be Gary from the Dominican Republic. I know he's an anti-Trump guy. I'm going to give him his chance to get his pound of flesh. Gary, good morning. Welcome back.
Actually, I'm an anti-fascist guy, but then let's just keep it right here. You have a presidential candidate that wants to be president of the United States running around with a racist like Loomer? Really? Really?
I don't.
You know what?
I don't like Laura Loomer. Excuse you. No. Gary. Don't excuse me. Don't disrespect me on my show. This is my spot, not yours. This is not the Gary from Dominican Republic show. So don't shout me down because I'll zip you quicker than you know what hit you. Now continue. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I don't know if I want to go with your lack of reality or your lack of intelligence, but I'll go with the lack of reality.
So you went insult, so now I'm going to interrupt you again. The last caller that brought up boxing analogies was respectful, so I let him continue. If you're not going to respect me, I'm going to zip you. So don't question my integrity, because if you listen to the show from Dominican Republic yesterday, I buried Trump for taking a loss yesterday. So don't question my objectivity. Got it?
Oh, yes, I can, because you put it on display.
No, you can't, because I took heat yesterday for sharing the truth on this show. I didn't kiss Donald Trump's ass yesterday, okay? He lost the debate.
Point taken.
Does not mean he lost the election. So you want to come with facts, come with facts. But you will not try steamrolling me on my show. But go ahead. I'm going to give you your chance. Make an astute point. I know you don't like Trump. That's fine. Half of America doesn't. So you are saying to me on my call screener that people were exposed to the real Donald Trump. That's fine. That's fine. Everybody knows Donald Trump.
And that's who he always...
We already know what Donald Trump is, whether you love him or hate him. We know everything about him. My counter to you is, what did we learn about Kamala Harris?
Oh, well, we learned she's a prosecutor. We learned that she's going to spend all of her time concentrating on us as opposed to concentrating on petty grievances.
Okay,
and we know
so she's going to concentrate. She's going to concentrate on you. Explain to me what she said she would do for you with the economy or any pertinent issue, and don't tell me opportunity economy. Explain to me what that means. Yes,
can I answer that, please?
You go right ahead.
Okay. How that is important to me is that when I come back to Philadelphia, there will be funds available for me to start a business because she says she's going to give a tax break. Mm-hmm. Also, when I hire people in Philadelphia after I start that business, the people that work there, they'll get a break too because if they have children, they'll probably have a tax credit. That's how that's important.
Hold on. Were you in Philadelphia or in this country in 2017 when Donald Trump gave tax credits to every class? Tax breaks. I'm sorry, not tax credits. Tax breaks to every class, not just the billionaires like she claims.
I left the United States in 2020.
Okay.
So yes, I was there.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Would you argue that it was easier to start a business in 16, 17, 18, or 19 as opposed to what it is right now? Rent 30% higher, purchasing a property to start a business, forget leasing property.
Can I counter that?
Yes, absolutely.
Can I counter that?
Absolutely.
Everything is higher. When I go to places like when I go to places like Canada, when I go to places like Liverpool, everything is higher. So it's not just isolated to the United States. It's the whole global.
Gary, I don't care about the globe. I live in the United States. That's like saying Gary. No, Gary.
We affect so much.
No, Gary, that's like saying the Raiders have a quarterback problem. I don't care about the Raiders. I care about the Eagles. When I used to work with Tony Bruno, he said, every team deals with this. I don't care about every other team. I care about my team, and I care about my country. I don't care what the economy is like in Italy or Timbuktu. Don't care.
And by the way, the Trump tax cuts, the ones that expire in 2025, those across the board, I can only imagine if we didn't have those tax cuts, what we'd be dealing with right now. So it's the Trump tax cuts, which expire in 2025, they're the Trump tax cuts.
Yes.
He cut taxes for everybody.
And I want to read this because I had the 25 lies that Kamala Harris shared during the debate that went unopposed by those ABC hacks. Two things. Number one, Trump's tax cuts. Quote, Harris falsely insinuated that the 2017 tax cuts approved by the Trump administration disproportionately benefited America's billionaires and corporations. My mother-in-law regurgitates that all the time. Why does he always want to help out all his billionaire buddies and not the everyday person? It's not true. Right here, data produced by the IRS has shown that, quote, on average, all income brackets benefited substantially from the Republicans' tax reform law, with the biggest beneficiaries being working and middle-class filers as in filing your taxes, not just the top 1%. That is according to Justin Haskins of The Hill. And the last time I checked, The Hill is not necessarily friendly to conservatives, Trump supporters, or Republicans. So this notion that, by the way, small businesses are being squashed during Bidenomics, okay? You know why? Have you gone to a pizza shop lately? Why is it that Domino's can charge $12 for a pie, but Frank's and Bluebell's charging $22? Because they don't have the purchasing power that the big corporations do, and the little nickel and dime mom and pop spots have had to charge exponentially more because of inflation and energy cost increases. That's why. So this notion that Kamala Harris is going to help the middle class is a load of crap, because her and Joe have had 3 years and 10 months to help the middle class. And I want you to realize this, there's almost no middle class left anymore. There's the 1% and everybody else, and almost everybody else is not doing nearly as good as they claim in these fake economies. But Gary, you can call all you want. We'll debate. Just don't disrespect me and don't tell me I'm a Trump kiss ass, because I'm not. I buried him yesterday for losing the debate. That was my opinion. I owned it yesterday. I own it today. And I will always give you my honest opinion, because I don't collect checks from the GOP or the RNC. cut sheet coming up next. Stay there.
The sensational Sarah McLachlan, live in Atlantic City, celebrating 30 years of fumbling towards ecstasy, performing the album in its entirety, plus her greatest hits, for one incredible night, with special guest, Tiny Habits, live at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa, Friday, October 25th. Get tickets now at theborgata.com.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Bob Casey, a familiar name, but ask yourself, what's he done for you and your family? In his 18th year in Washington, what's Bob Casey got to show for it? He made sure COVID relief checks could go to convicted felons. You heard that right. Bob Casey made sure COVID checks went to convicted felons. When reasonable people tried to stop murderers and rapists from getting checks, Casey voted no. Even the Boston Marathon bomber ended up with a big fat check. Casey voted the party line instead of using some common sense. And with families struggling to pay the bills, Casey had this to say about throwing around their tax dollars.
Go big or go home.
Bob Casey went big. He botched it. And it's time for him to finally go home. Bob Casey is wrong for Pennsylvania. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
What's better than saving? Saving with certainty. Open a First Harvest Credit Union 7-month certificate online and earn 5.25% APY. Visit firstharvestcu.com/online exclusives to learn more about this online-only offer. Want more reasons why we're a better place to grow? Check out our other savings options, like our growth savings account with amazing rates. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Hutchinson Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing brings the plumbing expertise you need for fast home solutions. Whether you've got leaky pipes, a clogged drain, or a water heater disaster, Hutchinson has your back. And right now, get $50 off any plumbing repair. Expert technicians, same-day service, and a job done right the first time. Need an expert plumber today? Visit HutchComfort.com, and Hutchinson's help is on the way.
The back-to-school savings event is here at Hesser Chevrolet. Drive away in a 2024 Trax 2RS at $298 for 36 months. Or electrify your commute in a 2024 Equinox LS at $249 for 24 months. Enjoy top-rated customer service and unbeatable deals. Don't wait. These offers won't last. Experience the difference at Hesser Chevrolet, Philadelphia's trusted Chevy dealer. Check us out at HesserChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details.
Texting enrolls in recurring automated text marketing messages. Message frequency varies. Message and data rates may apply. Reply help for help or stop to opt out.
Are you drinking too much? Is alcohol affecting your relationships? Could drinking be affecting your job?
Hi, I'm Jonathan, founder of Or Health. I struggled with alcohol misuse for 15 years. I tried self-help, therapy, and traditional 12-step programs, but nothing really worked. That's why I started Or Health. Or Health provides access to safe and effective medication, FDA approved for the treatment of alcohol issues. A daily pill proven to reduce alcohol cravings and make it easier to drink less or quit.
To join the thousands who are drinking less or who have quit altogether, text CHECK to 710-710. You'll be sent a secure link to Or Health's private online assessment. If treatment is right for you, a licensed medical professional will prescribe medication for discreet and convenient delivery to your door. Just text CHECK to 710-710. That's CHECK to 710-710.
Not available in all states. For SMS terms, privacy policy, risk, and restrictions, please go to orhealth.com/terms. Use as directed.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Businesses to watch. Hello, this is Armin, president of Armin Chevrolet. What can I say in the next 60 seconds that is going to make you buy a car? Absolutely nothing. The Armin team has been servicing the automotive needs of the Delaware Valley for 40 years. What makes Armin Chevrolet different from other dealerships? That's simple, our people. From the first time you visit our showroom service or body shop, you can expect to be treated like family on each and every visit. Armin Chevrolet always offers competitive pricing, expert automotive service, and a dedication to exceptional customer service. Visit ArminChevy.com to learn more about what makes Armin Chevrolet a customer service leader in the Delaware Valley. All I ask is that before you buy, lease, repair, or maintain your vehicle, you consider Armin Chevrolet in Ardmore. Find new roads to Armin Chevrolet, where dealership meets friendship.
You might wonder, John Legend, how do you keep your voice sounding so legendary? Honey. And how do I keep my protection against COVID-19 up to date? With a COVID shot this season, designed for recent variants.
You can get your COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC.
The fresher, the better.
Ask your healthcare provider about getting this season's COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Chase wants everyone to be able to have a place of their own. That's why we offer mortgages that help you purchase your new home with down payments as low as 3%. To find out more about our low down payment options and other ways Chase can make your home buying dreams a reality, visit chase.com/homebuyer or your local Chase branch. Loan amount, loan value, and loan product type limits apply. Geographic restrictions may apply for jumbo loans. Products are subject to credit and property approval. Program terms are subject to change without notice. Other limitations and restrictions apply. Home lending products provided by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, equal housing opportunity.
The new era Phillies team store never goes out of style. Shop our expansive collection of hats, jerseys, and other Phil's apparel today. Shipping is also available. Visit phillies.com/new era for store hours. The Cubs make their way to South Philly on Monday, September 23rd and Tuesday, September 24th, both at 6:40, and Wednesday, September 25th at 6:05. Join the action and snag your seats today at phillies.com.
40 days to lose up to 40-plus pounds with NJ Diet. It only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40-plus pounds. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work to personalize supplements that will target your hormonal imbalances so you can lose that weight. Then NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep it off. Call Dr. T, 855-5NJ-DIET, or go to njdiet.com. 40 days up to 40 pounds, 40 days up to 40 pounds, NJ Diet.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Yo, Roy is Ford. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All right, Kayal and Company, 750 as we continue. Apologies for dishing out a verbal homicide on the radio last segment.
Well, I just ask one thing, if you will. Can you do it so we can sweep 2 quarter hours next time? Thank you very much. I appreciate that. 5 people know what I'm talking about.
I try to do a fun, entertaining variety show, and yes, Old Man Dudley will stop talking about the debate. I know it's tiresome for you. If you've ever listened to this show, we don't drone on about many topics, but this is the biggest story in the news cycle, so I apologize for talking about it for a second straight day. We probably won't talk about it tomorrow, though.
We might.
We might, if there's new developments. But there were new developments today.
Yeah.
Ratings, polls, betting market, the stock market, all different wrinkles. It's like the guys in sports radio. Are you really going to talk about the Eagles for a third straight day? Why don't you start talking Flyers? No, because I actually want to keep my audience, and most of my audience wants to talk about the debate. So we can get to like the fifth story on the show sheet, but I'd like to keep talking about what obviously my call screener indicates is a lot of people want to talk about Trump and Kamala. So there you go. It's not like we're talking Trump and Biden, which was really exhausting because most Americans wanted a different option.
Yeah. Now, by the way, you know, when we talk about bad debate performances, Joe Biden's was probably the worst anybody's ever seen.
Of course it is.
So,
of course it is.
Yeah.
855-839-1210. A couple of calls still to get to. I promise we'll get to you here before we wrap up the 7 o'clock hour of the cut sheet. But let's get a clip or two in to start, and then we'll come back to your calls in just a moment. 7:52, time for a Thursday installment of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo. Enjoy back-to-school savings on a 36-month lease of 2024 front-wheel drive S60 for $369 per month. Down payment, registration fees, and taxes due at inception. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Thank you, Cherry Hill Volvo, for sponsoring the Thursday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Okay, this is this clip is from CBS This Morning. This is a former Hillary Clinton voter who cried when she lost in 2016.
Okay.
Who's she voting for now? Cut 18, Phil, go.
For this election, would you say your mind is made up?
Yes.
And that is?
Trump.
Okay. Are you a previous Trump supporter?
The first year he won in 2016, I was not.
Did you vote for Hillary?
I did vote for Hillary, but
Okay.
I cried when she did not win.
Okay. Then what happened?
And then I just felt like he did a good job. I like the fact that he was not a politician.
You believe you were better off 4 years ago?
Oh, absolutely. Small business owner Andrew Singrati backs Trump too.
Oh, small business owner like Gary in the Dominican Republic aspires to be one day. So let me get this straight. A former Hillary Clinton female voter who cried her eyes out after Hillary lost 8 years later is ready to vote and will vote for Donald Trump. All right, so that is, now I don't know if she ever had Trump derangement syndrome, which I really actually do think should be a clinical diagnosis in the DSM-4 manual of mental health illnesses. Maybe when they publish it again, they'll put that in there on like page 973. But if a former Hillary voter that cried can come around and vote for Trump, anything's possible, folks. I mean, I know we mock people with TDS and we play the Roseanne clips and Rosie O'Donnell and, all these other people that have a platform like Joy Behar, which we'll get to in a little bit. But it's possible. It's not common. I think she is probably one of the few, the rare. But again, I'll go back to the stats we cited in the first hour again. 3 states, 42,000 votes. That's why I say, hey, if Trump goes up 2% here, 6% there, 8% there in certain demographics, that could be the whole ball of wax. I mean, it is very volatile. It's very finicky. It's not much one way or the other. Harry Enton, who I like on CNN from a polling perspective, has said if the polls are off by a point, the outcome is entirely different. So I think that's interesting to see. And it's encouraging. I like that. Kudos to that lady.
Cut 3 here, Phil. This is from TikTok, I believe. This is a couple days old, but you know.
You've been sitting on a lot of stuff that you haven't even been able to get to.
Yeah, I know, because of the debate. This is a former supporter of Hillary and Obama who fundraised for the Democrats. She explains why she no longer supports the party. Cut 3, Phil, go.
A few weeks ago, I went to the Democratic National Convention, and a few days after I got home, I posted a video stating that I didn't want to be a part of the Democratic Party anymore. But before I get into why, I want to first address all of the people who have been saying that I'm lying, that I'm a secret Republican, and that I haven't actually been working in Democratic politics off and on since 2008.
By the way, would.
I just want to say that just because I might have a picture with someone in this video does not necessarily mean that I worked for them directly, but it does mean that I met them due to my work in Democratic politics. I started out in 2008. I was a Hillary supporter and then switched to Obama when he won the nomination. I interned on his campaign. In 2015, I worked briefly as a field organizer for Hillary. After Trump was elected, I started working again as a fundraiser on multiple U.S. House congressional campaigns. 3 more years, I worked at a progressive fundraising firm, also based in D.C., where I was the fundraising consultant for several U.S. Senate campaigns, dozens of House races, and multiple Democratic organizations. I was really good at my job and raised literally tens of millions of dollars for Democratic candidates. I've never actually added it up, but I would guess that I've raised at least $30 million and up for Democrats. And the funny thing for me throughout this whole experience is just the genuine lack of curiosity that I'm hearing from Democrats about why I no longer feel like I fit in with their party. Instead of asking me like how I've come to this conclusion, they have just bashed me and accused me of being a paid actress.
Yeah.
And by the way, I know that there are other Democrats who feel the same way that I do because they've actually reached out to me in the last couple of weeks. In private, they have said things to me like, I've always wanted to post a video like you did this week, but I've always been too afraid. I've been afraid that it would cost me my job. The hypocrisy is my main problem with the Democrats. I know that Republicans also have these issues, okay? But they're the party that I've worked for, and the hypocrisy is just so much more glaringly clear. There is a massive difference between what they say and what they do. Hypocrisy goes on and on. While I was working in Democratic politics, I found that the majority of the people, not all of them, but a lot of the people that actually get the jobs on campaigns come from the Ivy League or their family has donor connections. They're not actually like real people from middle America. I was kind of an anomaly, actually. There has been a toxic weaponization of identity politics within campaigns that has also completely turned me off. I'll probably do another whole other video on that. But basically, especially since 2020, I have been just assaulted by people that I'm supposed to be on the same team as over like these petty identity related infighting and disagreements.
There you go.
Folks, right there, that's wife material. Lock her up if she's single. Wow. And yes, would as well. By the way, did you see her holding hands with Mayor Pete?
Yep.
When she was doing the progressive fundraising?
Yep.
I'm pretty sure Mayor Pete would not. But to the actual content, I mean, she's accurate with so much, and she's not alone. I mean, let's just start with the 2 most notorious people at the top, actually 3, that have joined forces with Trump: Elon Musk, Tulsi Gabbard, RFK, all either former Democrats or liberals or left-leaning, or at best or worst case, a centrist. So I do think that's another. And I'd like to actually see not just clips, because you see one person and you're like, oh, there's going to be 30 million of those. It's not 30 million, but I would like to get some in this analytical world we live in of numbers and numbers and numbers and stats. I'd like to see how many people have actually kind of taken the same path she has.
Yeah.
I'd love to get some true concrete data on that. I really would.
CNN yesterday, I think this was Jake Tapper, blasted Kamala Harris for dodging multiple questions on the economy, border, and other issues.
You said this was Jake Tapper?
I think this was CNN at least. Oh. Cut 14, Phil, go.
Oh boy, our system's crapping out.
Oh, no, it's my fault. It's my fault. Phil, start it over. That's my fault. I had the pot down. It's my fault. Man.
Vice President Harris began the debate by punting the first question on the economy.
Do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America.
It went on from there. Despite the economy being the number one issue facing the country, the sitting vice president generally reverted to talking points about a few of her policy proposals. Even Harris allies today are saying that she needs to talk more about what she will do for Americans if elected. Senator Bernie Sanders will be here in a second to talk about more about the need for her to fill in some of those blanks. On the border, another vulnerable issue for Harris, she also dodged.
Would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings.
Okay, that wasn't the question. When asked how she would break through the Israel-Hamas war stalemate, Harris said this.
We need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that.
Okay, but again, how?
So he's gone. He's reverted back from fake scrapper to Jake Tapper. And I got to tell you, since June 27th, I don't have a gripe with Tapper. I think he's been relatively respectable, actually, showing some journalistic integrity as far as challenging the Democrat candidate in Kamala Harris. And again, this is what I'm talking about. She word salads her, and this is politics 101 for sure. But again, if the goal was to keep her a mystery after the debate, well, then goal accomplished, mission achieved. But you can't sit there and tell me that 31% of American registered voters out there that were surveyed that said they don't know anything about her came away knowing anything about what she stands for policy-wise. And I'm glad that Tapper brought up I'm so sick of the prosecutor thing. That's what Gary from the Dominican Republic tried to, I know she's a prosecutor, but in what way does that answer the question or make you qualified to be president of the United States? Your job for the next 4 or 8 years, God forbid, knock on wood, is not to prosecute people. Your job is to lift America up, make America a great country, a safe country, make us respected on the global stage, and on down the list of all the things that are the job duties and requirements of a president. I'm sorry, I don't care that she was a prosecutor. I also, and this is like when people bring up Trump's business acumen. Now, I give Trump credit because I think he ran the nation not like a politician, but like a businessman. But I don't care what Donald Trump built in 1987. I don't care that he launched a hotel with great towel thread fabrics. That means nothing to me. I care about what you do while you're in office. And when Donald Trump was in office, my life was better. Point blank, period.
The commission, the co-chair for the Commission on Presidential Debates is a guy by the name of Frank Fahrenkopf. He was on with Greta Van Susteren last night saying that the ABC moderators bent over backwards to help Harris. Cut 16, Phil, go.
That really shocked me last night was the way the moderators handled it. We always explain to our moderators, and we've done 33 of those, Greta, starting back in 1988, that their job is to be facilitators. They're not to get involved themselves. It's different than if you had someone on your show and you asked them a question and they answered in a different way than they'd said a month before. You would correct them. But moderators are not supposed to do that. A debate is between the candidates, not a debate between the candidate and the moderators. And these moderators, as far as I was concerned, it was the worst performance that I've seen. And as I said, I've done 33 of these things over the years. I don't know what their thoughts were, but they clearly were oversized, I think, on the way they treated the former president and the way they treated the present vice president. I think they bent backwards to help her.
Boy, I totally agree. We had that caller before the first guy who wanted to go with the boxing analogies. I'll give you another football analogy. This is like a football game where the refs become the story. Or like, you remember, if you're a Phillies baseball fan, you're going to remember this name. Remember the umpire, Cowboy Joe West? He always became a part of the show.
Yep.
Nobody that shows up at a sporting event is paying their hard-earned cash to see umpires and referees become the storyline. I mean, the best compliment you can get as an official is to go unnoticed. And this was like a football game where Kansas City was repeatedly allowed to do what they want, and the Eagles got flagged 14 times. And Trump was the Eagles. Trump was not officiated remotely fairly, and Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes got every break under the sun. I totally agree, and I think most people agree with that.
Last night on CNN, Van Jones urges Kamala Harris to close the deal and do more interviews. Got 19, Phil, go.
She's going to go out there, and is Donald Trump going to do to her what he's done to so many other people? This guy has eaten presidential hopefuls like Tic Tacs. He's been the Pac-Man of politics, destroying people.
Wow.
Kamala Harris went out there, whooped his butt, and made it look easy. And so in that regard, that is information. Can she deal with a Putin? Yes. Can she deal with a tough situation, with pressure, with crisis? Yes. Now, she has to now close the deal. People who before were Kamala curious are like, okay, she handled Donald Trump, but they still have unanswered questions. Listen, if you're Kamala Harris right now and you're listening, talk to reporters now. Talk to everybody. If you can handle Donald Trump, a raging bull, if you can be the matador against this crazy person, you can talk to a reporter. Get out here. Let people ask you the tough questions. You can do it. And I think you can start closing the deal with the people who are Kamala curious, but you still don't know what she's going to do for them.
Okay. 2 things I disagree with on Van Jones. 2 I agree with. Number 1, Pac-Man of politics. Love it. Yeah, should be copyrighted, trademarked. If I'm Trump, he's the Pac-Man of politics. He eats up politicians. Phenomenal analogy there. Secondly, yes, I do think she had the better night. But give me a break with Putin. Give me a break with Xi. Give me a break with Iran, the Middle East. And here's why I say that. And I'm willing to change on that. I'll if she can step into the ring on Fox News in a hostile environment, like Trump has had to do for 9 straight years, and walk out of that debate like she did Tuesday night, then I will sit there and say, all right, a Zoom call with Xi or Putin, she'll probably be able to hold her own. But she does not get the backbone credit from me yet because that was a 3-on-1 fight. That would be like Greg, Dawn, and I in a 3-on-1 match, destroying Phil Almquist and then pounding our chest. Well, it was 3-on-1. I mean, give me a break. That's like somebody like in society when like you see these little pack mentalities and they gang up and they jump somebody. That doesn't make you tough. That doesn't make you tough. So now if she could walk into Fox, beat Trump in a debate with Hannity down her throat for 90 minutes, then Van Jones can say that. But until then, stop.
I'm glad you brought that up because we've discussed a lot about if there will be a second debate. And I want to give credit to the person who tweeted this. So let me find it for a second because I didn't know you were going here. Brian Lawrence. Brian Lawrence writes, second debate idea, a joint Fox News MSNBC debate. Each nominee picks a moderator to ask questions to the other side.
Well, that's what I said yesterday. I said we need to have one conservative-leaning moderator and one liberal. I think I threw out 2 examples yesterday. I said, Hannity and Kristen Welker and Jesse Waters and Lester Holt, I think, were my 2 combinations.
Dawn, what do you think of that idea with the two different sides?
I think that's fine.
Yeah.
I don't want. First of all, the ABC moderators were a disgrace, especially Lindsay Davis interjecting herself. And if you're going to fact check, you have to fact check both sides, and that takes up time.
Yeah.
So my suggestion is have a fact-checking panel and say, hey, we're going to let them speak, let them spar, and we will have fact-checking, and we'll go through all of that either after, or they can do it visually on the screen, whatever, or they can stream it online. But to interject one side or the other, it was disgraceful, and it was actually the fact-checking in some instances was not fully correct.
No.
Okay?
Yep.
And we've gone through all of that.
Sure.
So to me, I don't know. I'm split on this. Of course, selfishly, we would love to see a second debate. But on the other hand, I don't know who makes it fair. I don't know who is, I don't know who is fair anymore. That's the real problem.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's nobody fair. Impartiality is basically gone in this, 50-50 split country that we live in. But I would say this, yes, ABC, obviously, I think the biggest joke of all, from the 3, combatants, so to speak, which, by the way, and network and moderators should never be combatants. But maybe the biggest loser in all of this was the American people. I mean, what was really accomplished on Tuesday night? It turned into a dog and pony show. You can say what you want about the June 27th debate being a train wreck from the Biden standpoint, for sure. But, if you tuned in, and let's remove our opinions, our knowledge, the fact that so if you just tuned in as somebody who's been in a coma for the last 5 months and you wanted to gain knowledge, you turned that on and tuned in and you're like, okay, yeah, American politics is a total S show, just like I assumed, right?
Yeah. An exile in Jersey writes, I think everyone is freaking out over nothing. Who is saying that Harris won the debate? The corporate media, everything about the Harris campaign is a Hollywood production. Should we underestimate the opposition? No. Vote like your life depends on it.
Thank you.
Well, agreed. Vote yes. I mean, Nobody should be taking anything for granted. And I don't know how you can, on either side, by the way. That includes Democrats that have every advantage under the sun. If you're a Democrat, here's what you have to be worried about. You have all these built-in advantages that slant the field substantially in your favor, and still only were able to technically win by 42,000 votes 4 years ago. They're no shoe-in either. So they shouldn't be pounding their chest thinking they've got it locked up either, because that is not the case. Yeah. And they take advantage of all the stuff like mail-in ballots. So there you go. We'll grab a few calls here, as I promised, and then we'll continue with the cut sheet. Bill is in Montgomery County, and he has some thoughts. Looks like he agrees with Stocker, which is one of the first times anybody's ever done so.
What?
Bill!
No, Greg, I got to give it to you, my man.
Oh, wow.
Trump was awful, and there's no glossing over how bad that was. So I got to hand one to you.
Thank you. I guess I don't take pleasure in that. You know what I mean? Like I'm just calling it as I see it. We're not like, this is not the show for you, not for you, Bill. But this is not the show for you if you just want sugar-coated things and people to lie to you. Like, there are other hosts, there are other social media people, there are other places that you can get that from. This is not that place.
Or the type of multi-voice show where it's 2 or 3 or 4 microphones, co-hosts, whatever you want to call it. Everybody's got an open mic on this show. It's not 80-20 or it's 33-33-33. How often do all 3 of us agree on something?
Is that correct? 33? Yeah, I guess 33-33.
Yeah. 1/3 of the pie.
Dawn, how's your pie?
My pie is good.
Sorry.
I like my rhubarb pie a certain way, Mr. Stocker. I like a nice glass of milk on the side, thank you. Mike is in the Lehigh Valley, my old stomping grounds. Mike, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, guys, I'm a big fan of the show. This is my second time calling in. The first time was during the Dawn show. Dawn referred to me as a very respectful, classic liberal. I agree with you guys on some things, but healthcare, we'll just have to disagree and walk away respectfully.
That's fine.
But I voted for Hillary the first time. Just couldn't get past the character of Trump and such. But the economy, I think he did amazing on, and foreign policy, which means a lot to me. I'm almost kind of a libertarian when it comes to foreign policy, and I hated the Bush and Obama wars, and he really put an end to those. He's like the first president in 70 years to not start a new war. So you have to be pragmatic, I think, when it comes to Trump. And Kamala, she hasn't been voted for at all. She's a propped up candidate, and in a democratic republic, it's very dangerous. She has oligarchy and military-industrial complex written all over her, and I'm just kind of worried about that. And anyway,
okay, let me ask you this, Mike. This is great. So you voted Hillary in 16. Can you tell me who you voted for in 20, and more importantly, who were you voting for here in 24?
I actually voted for Trump in 20 because I just thought he did a good job, and I just didn't think Biden was capable. And sure enough, his presidency has kind of proved me right. I knew Putin was not going to invade Ukraine. He said it in interviews. He knew he wanted him to, but Putin wanted to, but he said, no, you're not going to do it. And he was very good on foreign policy. He actually talked to Putin. The worst thing in politics and foreign policy to ever happen is to not talk. And he did that with North Korea. He did that with, if you're not having somebody at the table, it's very dangerous. Bad things happen. Bush 43 didn't talk to Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, and then what happened? 8 years later, he had 13 or 14,000 centrifuges to enrich uranium. When you don't talk at all, it's very bad, and I hope my fellow liberals kind of realize foreign policy and international relations are very, very important, and we have to be pragmatic. You know?
Well, Mike, I appreciate the call, man. Well said. And there's another one that typically is not in the Trump column and has gone that way.
I know conservative Republicans or conservatives who did not vote for Trump because of what Mike just said. And that's why I made the point earlier that when you look at Trump now, especially in that debate where you had a mainstream audience, did he come off as a bully? Did he come off as crazy? Did he come off as over the top? He did not. He came off in many ways, and I think that's why a lot of Trump supporters are saying he lost or he didn't do as well as they thought, because he came off as a regular guy. But the truth is his demeanor is on point. His demeanor, that he's respectful. And I know we'll get into the visual of even after the debate, day 2, Harris and Trump met for the second time. And that was, in honor of September 11th. They were gathered there and then came back here to Pennsylvania, by the way, as the commemorations went on for September 11th. But you see him in that video, and he's very respectful and shaking her hand, and he's cordial. Those images are important because they are in direct contrast with people who say, yo, this guy's crazy. He's over the top. You don't want him with the nuclear codes, etc. So all of this week, I think, is a win for Trump.
Okay.
Getting a lot of reactions, and I'll get back to the cuts in just one second. Getting a lot of reactions both on the phone, on YouTube, on emails, Twitter. A lot of people want to weigh in, which is good. It's what we're here for. Somebody writes in, actually, this was somebody left a voicemail, but I can't play the voicemail because, but I can read it. I am so disappointed with WPHT. It's gone straight downhill. Uh-oh.
Okay.
I'm listening to Kayal and Company early in the morning, and he had the nicest, most respectful caller call in, and he just went off and started yelling in every which direction, not addressing the man's concerns directly. Double talking, lying, manipulating. It's, you've got to get some quality people in there, not these blowhards who throw their weight around.
Okay.
It's just really disrespectful.
Okay. So, number one, well, we can...
He's gone, by the way. And by the way, I believe this is probably... I'm guessing this is probably the caller who called in.
Oh, that I eviscerated Gary?
Yeah.
And look, we can see, I had 2 anti-Trump calls. You want to compare Gary from the Dominican Republic to the guy that called, I forget where he was from, that had all the boxing analogies.
Yep.
He was respectful.
Or Mike in Lehigh Valley didn't agree with us on everything.
And Mike was super respectful, and that's fine. And I'm not treating him differently because he's a liberal that saw the light and voted for Trump. But the guy with the boxing analogies was a Kamala Harris supporter. Remember, he brought up Tulsi Gabbard and things like that. And how long did I keep that call for? That was, 4 minutes?
Yep.
You were like, why don't we ask 6 more questions, right? Like, I eventually have to move on from a caller.
Yep.
But we had a healthy back and forth. And by the way, for the record, Gary from the Dominican Republic, the first time he called about a month ago or 6 weeks ago, he and I had a very healthy back and forth. The only reason I'm going to go off on anybody, and I don't typically yell at anybody, is just don't question my integrity.
Yep.
Because I call it how I see it.
Yep.
I'm a Trump supporter. I love Trump. I've got Trump bumper stickers on my truck. But I'm not going to blow smoke up your keister.
You said this yesterday. I don't know if it was on Twitter. I wish you would stop responding to people on Twitter and do it for the radio. But that's a separate situation. That's a separate thing. But you said, the most disrespectful thing I can do to my audience is to lie to them.
Yes. I'm not going to hold my audience's hand and lie to them. These are all adults.
Yep.
If my objective opinion, whether I'm wrong or not, I don't care if I'm wrong.
Yep.
But I'm going to give you my honest opinion. If that hurts your feelings, I can't help you.
Well, you played this earlier. I'm going to play it again. This is Frank Luntz, pollster, and his bad hairpiece. We're on with Piers Morgan and discussing the debate. And he says he's going out on a limb here, and he says that the debate cost Trump the election. This is cut 5. Phil, go.
Do you think Kamala won, and does that mean she may now win the election?
I think more accurately it's that Donald Trump lost. And this is not the worst debate performance I've seen in my career, but it's very close to it. The conversations about people eating dogs and cats, calling the leader of Hungary one of the greatest world leaders, repeatedly missing the opportunity to focus on inflation and affordability, and the complete inability to present his point of view without completely tearing into Joe Biden, into whomever was in his sights. It was a pretty negative performance, pretty pessimistic, cynical, contemptuous, and I think that this will cost him. Yes, I'm trying to decide if I want to go on record, and the answer is yes. I think that he loses because of this debate performance.
Wow.
Well, you're right. I never realized that is a toupee. My God, come on, Frank. Terrible. You just embrace the bald with the beard. It's a good look. Yeah. If you need any tips, shoot me a text.
So bad.
Look, here's the thing. If you thought going into Tuesday night that this debate mattered, and you thought it was a coin flip election-wise, if you believe Harris had the better night, then yeah, you can arrive at the conclusion that Harris is going to win on November 5th. I'm not going there yet. I said I think right now it's probably small advantage Harris. But we are 54 days out. How many things have changed since June 27th? How many more things will change between now and November 5th? But ultimately, here's why I can't go where Frank Luntz has gone. We've seen, go through the calendar of all the major events, and really the polling does not significantly change. Trump, whether he poops his pants or finds the cure for cancer, he's going to be between 45 and 48%. Yep. He's been in that range consistently for years now. Kamala Harris, I think, can be more volatile in theory, but the numbers are showing us that she's not skewing super one way or the other. So, I don't know. I mean, yes, there's time, and maybe I'm contradicting myself, but I don't know what really could change, because it seems like most people are dug in, and it's probably just a rerun of 2020 then. It's going to come down to a couple of thousand voters in Pennsylvania, Georgia, and the blue wall states, and then specifically, PA will probably decide the whole ball of wax.
Yesterday was the 23rd anniversary. I hate to use the anniversary commemoration.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, Dawn uses the commemoration word. That's the right word, I think.
Of September 11th, the widow of a deceased New York City fire chief, called out President Joe Biden during her speech at the annual Remembrance for Victims. Yesterday morning, Biden, along with the Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump, all attended the somber ceremony at Ground Zero with family members and loved ones of the victim. Joanne Barbera, widow of Gerard Barbera, an assistant chief in the New York City Fire Department, criticized the president for comments he made about 9/11 at the White House earlier this week, shortly before the presidential debate. In case you don't know what he said he was rattling off some things he was going to do, and then he said, "And then I got to do 9/11."
Yeah.
And a lot of people took offense to that, like, do 9/11. Like,
yeah.
Okay. So
look at your watch.
Yeah, exactly. So this is as they were reading off the names of the people who died. That's when she went into this about President Biden. Cut 10, Phil, go.
My husband of 30 years was one of them. It is outrageous that our government would ever entertain the thought of granting the terrorists a plea deal. If not for the outcry of the 9/11 community, who knows what might have transpired. It has been 23 years, and the families deserve justice and accountability. The elected officials here today show their respect and reverence to the families on September 11th. Or, in our president's words, do 9/11. Quite a flippant remark. Mm-hmm. But please remember that the September 11th families live it every day, not just on the anniversary.
It's one thing if you say to your buddy, hey, you want to do 7/11? You don't say, I want to do 9/11. Unconscionable that anybody would offer a plea deal to somebody that either concocted the plan, executed the plan, whatever you want to call it, to slaughter 3,000 Americans. I don't accept that. I don't forgive that. I will not forget that. And I'll just say this when it comes to 9/11. I read this story yesterday. This was from not the New York Post, not the Times. It might have been New York Magazine, something New York. 17,000 people that risked their life on 9/11 as a first responder, police, fire, paramedics, are living now with cancer from what they breathe. They were, what they consumed. Yep. From that fuel-powered I'll never forget, I lived in Southside Easton, right along the exit of I-78, and it's only a mile from the Delaware River, and you cross into Phillipsburg, New Jersey. And it's about a 70-mile drive from that point to New York City, and I could see the smoke in Easton, Pennsylvania, 70 miles away. I will never forget that image. Just an awful, awful sight.
At the time, I remember my Uncle Don, who was still alive, longtime firefighter, and he, that morning, as I was at CBS 3 locally, and Uncle Don, I was talking to him, and he said, those firefighters know that these towers are built to go down, in other words, like an implosion, that it's not going to topple, and at a certain heat, they know what they're running into. And that always gets me, because that's how heroic they were.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? They knew. He said, if you're a firefighter, you know the deal.
You're going
when you run
in there to die.
Well, I think that it was a race against time. They were trying to get as many people out as they could before that happened.
Yep.
I have a lot more, and I don't think we're going to get to part 2 because we have Phil Martelli coming up at 9:30. So I'd like to keep going with this, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, of course.
Because I have a lot more, including a local Montgomery County bakery that sells Donald Trump and Kamala Harris cookies. Which one is winning in this blue county? We have all of that. Plus, Joe Biden in Shanksville at a fire station putting on a Trump hat.
Okay.
So we have a ton of stuff left. But, Dawn, can you talk to us about Piazza?
Of course. Yeah, and I was supposed to go this week. I think I'm going next week to my friends at Piazza. It's going to be a lot of, I can't wait, do some test drives of some of those luxury vehicles. You know, we keep talking about the forecast. No rain in the foreseeable forecast. Beautiful summer days. Yes, it's September, and during these gorgeous summertime days, there's no time like the present to get back out on the roads. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're going to help you find that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing. You've worked for it. You've earned it. Now go get it with a little help from my friends at Piazza. They have thousands of new as well as certified pre-owned vehicles from brands such as Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, and more. Just visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Stop by one of their many dealers across Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey. PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This year, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving you a chance to win big every Thursday night with FanDuel Squares. It's the same Super Bowl Square game you've always known, only way better. That's because your numbers aren't just randomly assigned. You get to pick them yourself. You can pick as many as you like. You know what these things are. They're like the office pools. Unlike the Super Bowl, you can actually win some money. You'll get to see the odds beforehand, and you can bet them live during the game. So it's like the office pool, but way, way, way better. So what are you waiting for? Go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg, and bet on Squares. Plus, if you're new to FanDuel, you can get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do you have shoeboxes full of photos? Today only, radio listeners get VIP access to the new Photo Legacy Box. Get your family's photos professionally scanned for as low as 7 cents, which is 76% less than what other brands charge. As the world's largest digitizer, you know you can trust Legacy Box to digitize your entire collection of 4x6 photos. Everything from the embarrassing haircut you had in the 90s to photos of your great-grandma's wedding. Visit legacybox.com/value to get 200 photos scanned starting at just $19.95. Oh, and don't forget, LegacyBox also digitizes over 15 other types of analog media, so you can get your favorite memories on VHS or Grandpa's film reels from the 40s digitized too. Take advantage of this exclusive offer on the new Photo Legacy Box today and preserve your past for as low as 7 cents. Go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with an easy question. How are your cholesterol levels? Managing healthy cholesterol is a key to a strong heart and overall wellness. For over 38 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has been a trusted ally in helping people reach their cholesterol goals. I've counted on Rescue for years, and with good reason. Their range of supplements designed to meet your specific needs, from omega-3s to red yeast rice and more. Take charge of your heart health today. Use the code DROP at checkout to double your order on any cholesterol product for free. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Remember to use the code DROP to buy one, get one free on Rescue Cholesterol products. Double up your cholesterol support today. Use the code DROP at res-q.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I learned it from my adoptive mom. Hold my hand.
You hold my hand. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. You can't imagine the reward. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Warning, the following ZipRecruiter radio spot you are about to hear is going to be filled with F words.
When you're hiring, we at ZipRecruiter know you can feel frustrated, forlorn even, like your efforts are futile, and you can spend a fortune trying to find fabulous people, only to get flooded with candidates who are just fine. Fortunately, ZipRecruiter figured out how to fix all of that. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, you can forget your frustrations because we find the right people for your roles fast, which is our absolute favorite F word. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Fantastic.
So, whether you need to hire 4, 40, or 400 people, get ready to meet first-rate talent. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Don't forget, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Finally, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, Paoli, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
$8:35, Kayal and Company, as we continue. The cut sheet is not over. Not over by a long stretch. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. We'll get a Dawn Sends on Big 3 coming up. Our morning mystery movie clip at 9:20. And then you heard Stalker say that Phil Martelli will be joining us. We will explain why coming up in, let's call it 54 minutes.
Wow.
Here on Kayal and Company. But as we continue, sir, you were saying and playing?
So I'm sure you guys saw, I'm sure the audience saw yesterday, the photo, the meme going around, the photo of Joe Biden wearing a Trump hat, right?
Yes, I did. With a smile on his face.
Yeah, I don't know what he was thinking. So he was at the he was in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. We know where the site of where Flight 93 went down, and he was at the fire station there, and he was talking to people. He was talking to people about bipartisanship, and there was a guy there wearing a Trump hat, and he took. Joe Biden had a hat, and he was, like a president hat, and he was going to sign it for the man. And the man was like, "Well, only fair if you wear my hat." So he took the guy's Trump hat and put it on, and of course, everybody, took photos of it. So now there's a lot of different memes going around where it says this guy tricked him into putting the Trump hat on. If you actually watch the entire clip, which Phil is 6B. Biden knows what he's doing. Like, he knows he's putting it on. I question the smartness of that.
Right.
But this is everybody sees this one clip of a guy handing him the hat, and he puts it on. It's like, Biden was duped into wearing a hat. He wasn't, though, if you watch the entire clip. 6B, Phil, if you want to roll this, go.
Trump hat, I'll give you my presidential hat. Presidential seal on it. You want to autograph it? Oh, sure, I'll autograph it. Huh? Yeah. You remember your name? I don't remember my name. I'm slow. You're old part. You're an old part. Yeah, I know, man. I'm an old guy. And you're an old part, right? I know you would know about that. What? About being old. Oh, I know. All right. I'm a young timer. He reminds me of the guys I grew up with. There was always one in the neighborhood. Well, I'm the only one. There you go, man. I need that hat. You want my autograph?
So we have 3 hats total.
You know my name.
Like musical hats.
Come on. I ain't going that far. Yeah. You would do a selfie. There you go.
So there he puts it on.
There it is. The official endorsement of Joe Biden. Vote for Donald Trump as he puts that hat on top of his 627 hat.
Now I will say this. All right, you can stop it. Now I will say this. This is why I despise social media, because if you just look at the 3-second clip of it, it's like he was tricked into putting on. He doesn't know he knew exactly what he was doing. Yeah. Now the wisdom of him putting it on for the photo op, I would have, if I'm the White House, because the White House immediately released a statement, which for cleanup duty, they said at the Shanks, as a gesture, he gave a hat to a Trump supporter, who then said that in the same spirit, POTUS should put on his Trump cap. He briefly wore it. So
Clean up aisle 3.
Yeah,
Pop
exactly.
had a spill, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. My question is, if you're Kamala Harris, you're probably, and yes, I know it was in jest. He's being a good sport. A little hat exchange. But if you're Kamala, do you want to see that? Probably not, right? Along the lines of what you're thinking of whether that's a sound thing to do. I'm not so sure about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too happy if I was the Veep.
But I think Joe Biden is keenly aware that, this is Somerset County, right? And Trump handily won this. He's in Trump country. Trump won 57 percentage points. He won this county. Biden knows he's in Trump country. This is the Joe Biden that I remember from covering him in my TV days at CBS 3 and mostly at Fox 29 locally. And so, because in Delaware, he was, basically he's like a cousin of a local politician. He was here all the time. And so we covered him all the time for years. This is the Joe Biden that I remember covering. Playful, joyful, really. And this is, I think he's just like, hey, I'm done. They put me out to pasture. I'm having fun.
Yeah, he's no longer playing the game anymore, right? He's out of the game.
He's like, I'm having fun with this. And I actually think it's nice. He clearly knows that it's a Trump hat, but I also think it's a little bit of a little shiv to the party that booted him. And I think in the back of his mind, because look, the guy's got, an ego, of course, and worries about his legacy. I think he feels like if Kamala Harris loses, I still think Joe Biden thinks he could have pulled out a win. In the back of his mind.
I get what you're saying, although I do disagree. After everything that's gone on the last 4 years, and I don't wish any ill will upon Joe Biden.
No.
But I don't find you to be charming, with all due respect, Mr. President. You want to say that, oh, look at me, this is the 1980s Joe, this is Delaware Joe from 1993. A lot of your divisive rhetoric led to things like weaponization of government, silencing of people's First Amendment rights. Donald Trump got his ear shot off. And where I draw the line, and I understand why you do it, is 9/11. I'm okay with Trump and Kamala shaking hands on that day for that moment. But like that moment there, yeah, I know some people are yucking it up, and Dawn, you're talking about, that's the Joe I used to know. But dude, after the last 4 years, just because you wanted the other guy out so bad, I mean, you kind of crossed a lot of boundaries, right? I mean, you claimed that Trump was the divider and you were going to unite the nation. Black backdrop with that red light, that angry speech. I don't really have a soft spot. I don't wish any ill will on Joe, but I don't have a soft spot in my heart for Joe.
But is this his way? I mean, of signing hats and shaking hands and being very friendly with clearly people who did not vote for him and are MAGA supporters and are not in the closet about their support for Trump. Is this in a way his sort of mea culpa for that I still am horrified by that speech he gave here in Philadelphia with the 2 U.S. Marines behind him lit up in red saying those MAGA. Remember how he said MAGA like as if you were a maggot or you were evil. Yes. Is this his mea culpa?
Well, I mean, maybe. But, again,
to say I don't hate you guys.
And I'm not going to say I hate Joe Biden. I hate the way he was politically. I don't hate him personally. Again, I don't want the guy to die or anything. I don't wish ill will upon him. But after the last 4 years, it's like, I get it. Yeah, Trump came in and rattled your cages. He shook up the establishment, the whole bit. But that divisive rhetoric, like when you start calling him Hitler, that leads to the crazies like on July 13th. And again, it's, Thomas Matthew Crooks was really an equal opportunist. Whoever came to his area politically, he was going to shoot regardless. I don't believe that. I don't believe he was going to shoot Joe Biden. If Joe Biden was in Butler, PA on July 13th, I don't believe Thomas Matthew Crooks climbs a shed and gets on a roof.
To me, it proves to me that you said rhetoric, it has always been a big show and that Joe Biden didn't mean it and that what you have here before you on the side of the Democrats, whether it's Biden or Kamala Harris, it's the say anything party. They will say anything just to get your vote and to get to remain in office and to remain in power.
And remember, I'm glad you say rhetoric. I know I brought it up. You commented on it, but I'll comment on it a little bit further. Remember, right after July 13th, there was a lot of people in the media saying, maybe we need to de-escalate this a little bit, right? We got to dial back the explosive rhetoric, going to the point of it's just, and I don't want to relitigate it again because it's so absurd that you even have to try to compartmentalize this and actually break it down. Donald Trump's not Hitler, okay?
No.
So get back to me when he kills 6 million Jews, and then you can call him Hitler.
But going back to the gentleman Mike who called and who's a longtime Democrat and is now going to vote for Trump. Look at the economy. He made the comment, and this is what wins. He made the comment that nobody thought that when DJT got into office, even if you voted for him, no one could have imagined that his policies, which were quite simple, just made our economy soar in historic ways. And everybody was lifted up, every community, no matter what business you're starting, no matter who you are. Because remember, the greatest tax on all of us is inflation right now. Mm-hmm. And so for Biden, remember, he wants to raise that when Trump came in, corporate tax was 35%. Trump took it down to 21%. And that just made us flourish and made companies and corporations stay here. He did other things too. Biden would have raised it back up to 38%. Kamala Harris still wants to raise it greatly. that is a game changer right there, that in and of itself. And then as well, Harris in her policies wishes to raise taxes. Now she says it's not for anybody under 400 grand, but still, when you're raising taxes, what does that mean on people over 400 grand? That means that they're not going to be spending what they did. That's still an ill effect on our economy overall.
Yeah, it's a side effect for sure. No doubt about it.
Richard Notaro writes, in one of his lucid moments, Joe Biden putting on the real Donald Trump hat on his giving the finger to Kamala Harris and the Obama side of the Democrats for forcing him out.
That was, I said the shiv, but that's...
So there's a bakery in Montgomery County. Actually, this is right on the border of Montgomery and Bucks County in Hatboro, Pennsylvania, called Lochelle's Bakery. They've been doing this for the last couple of years, where they make Donald Trump cookies and Kamala Harris cookies, or whoever. They made Joe Biden cookies. I think they made Hillary Clinton cookies too in 2016. Actually, I think Eric Trump went to this place a couple of years ago. So how are the sales going for each, for Kamala Harris and for now? Again, we're not saying that this is indicative of how this area is going to vote. Montgomery County, pretty solidly blue. I think we can all agree on that. But I think
where their taxes have gone up twice.
I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting to see Montgomery County will be blue. It's going to be blue. It's going to stay blue. I don't agree. I do agree with you on that, but I'm just saying that's not going to change anything.
Yeah.
So where are the cookies? Who's outselling more? This is this is courtesy of CBS 3. This is cut 4. Phil, go.
Now to politics and pastries. One bakery in Montgomery County is serving up something sweet ahead of tonight's debate. Our Ross DiMattei is live in Hatboro this morning. Good morning, Ross. So what's the story on these tasty treats?
Well, good morning to you, Jim. So a lot of people are having debate watch parties tonight, of course, and you got to worry about the spread if you're hosting, right? So what better snack to put out than election cookies? So that's why we came here to Lochelle's Bakery in Hatboro, and we're hanging out with Kathleen Lochelle, the owner. And so this has been your number one seller for quite a while, and it's not your first time doing this. Let's show off the cookies first of all. Can you describe the flavor? We didn't actually get into what they taste like.
It's a sugar cookie. It's made with all butter. And the only thing different is the color. There's nothing else different.
Identical, except the color difference, of course.
Yes.
Former President Trump in red, Kamala Harris in blue. And these have just been flying off the shelves, right?
Well, you've seen it yourself this morning. Like, people are having debate parties. They want to get involved. They're making fun of it.
They're definitely having fun with it. So you've sold thousands already, and I know you've baked thousands in preparation for tonight. Everyone wants to know, what do the sales maybe tell us about who might win the election in November?
Well,
talk to me about sales.
The sales, the red is leading by a lot.
By a lot.
By a lot.
We got the tally board over here.
It's a cookie landslide. You're new to see it, but almost by 4,000 cookies, as you can see.
Oh, my goodness.
That's tremendous. Tremendous for us as a small business to produce this and sell this as well, and see the faces that are coming around to buy these from all over.
Absolutely. And just to stress this, that is not a typo. Former President Trump with more than 4,000 cookies sold. Current Vice President Kamala Harris with only about 400. So the Harris voters got some work to do if they want to boost their numbers here. But again, we want to stress, we've been saying this all morning, you guys are not politically driven. I know you take a lot of flack online especially. Talk to me about your motivation here. You're just trying to do business.
I'm a small business, and prices are really high right now. Like, we're seeing increases daily on eggs and butter, and
interesting.
So these help get people in the door. They want the cookies. They want them, and they buy other things. They're not just here for that. They're buying donuts, they're buying cakes, they're buying cupcakes.
Oh, look at that donut.
Why not give the public what they want? Like, they want the cookies.
I'm with you there, and they taste delicious. So debate night tonight, of course, is...
All right. It's brilliant. It's brilliant marketing, by the way.
Yeah. Yes.
Brilliant. And by the way, I as somebody who's gone there many times, their pastries are amazing.
Okay.
Amazing.
So
I would totally. They're not a sponsor. They should be, but they're not a sponsor. But they are.
Well, if they want to host a Kayal Company,
that is a fabulous place.
They want to host a Kayal Company debate watch party and provide cookies. I'll hook you up with a couple of guys down the hallway.
So Phil Almquist has the new total. Is that correct? From after the debate, what the new total is, Phil? Can you put that up there? You said you have a new total.
There it is. 4202 to 402. It's a cookie landslide.
Oh, my God.
It's a sugar sweep.
Wow.
Trump for the victory at
amazing.
Lochelle's Bakery.
Yep.
By the way, those donuts look fabulous. I've got a hankering for one now.
Yeah.
I just take a quick break and make a zip up to Hatboro, swing by on my way home.
That's the Tally Tuesday.
Yeah.
Oh, so it does not affect the sales for the debate. So we should check back in with them and just see where their totals are.
Okay.
4,202 to 402. Wow,
about that?
That's a big.
Yeah.
That's a big.
By the way, in general, you a fan of the sugar cookie?
No. Absolutely
No.
not. No, I think they should make
Chocolate
them,
chip is
Yeah,
best.
I think they should make them chocolate chip. I agree.
I like a peanut butter cookie personally.
Ugh,
I'm more peanut butter than chocolate chip.
Communist.
I am. All right, let's squeeze a call or two in here. Let me bring in. Let's try Karen in Philadelphia, line 1. Karen, you go right ahead.
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
I'm well, Karen.
I'm driving. I hope you can hear me. I was just going to comment on the debate, and I thought Trump is Trump. I don't think he lost. I thought he was just Trump, and I don't think the needle moved either way for Harris or for Trump. But what I do want to see is Trump fans getting T-shirts that say, they're eating the dogs, because it gets under everybody's skin so bad that he said that, but nobody cares about the dogs. Nobody cares about the hunters. They just don't care. All they care about is ridiculing Trump.
You know what's funny, Karen, and thank you for the call, and I appreciate you for hanging on for so long. So my mother-in-law had to come down last night. She was having some printer problems, so she drove down and used my wife's office printer at the house. And she was driving back home, and she doesn't have an Easy Pass. So instead of going up the Northeast Extension, she went back up 309. She had just left 10 minutes ago. And she calls me. I'm like, what could she possibly want now? I just had to deal with my mother-in-law for 2 hours. Like, I'm like, is she in an accident? Like, what? So, no, I'm embellishing a little bit. But I answer it, and she goes, I'm on 309, and I just wanted to let you know. And she's taking jabs at me, after the debate, the whole bit. I've been a good sport about it. And she says there's a, they're going to eat the dogs. There's a billboard on 309, apparently. Now, this is closer towards the Lehigh Valley of 309. I'm guessing this is probably right as you get closer to Quakertown.
The Quakertown, like Souderton area.
Yeah, maybe even a little further up, like into Richland Township.
Yep.
And they've already got a billboard up about it in less than 24 hours.
It's smart.
Which is pretty remarkable.
I hate to say it, it's smart.
Yeah.
It's smart. You know what I mean? And here's the other thing, too, is that, I love how the debates don't matter. Like, a debate knocked out a former president 3 months ago. You can't not say that a bad debate performance doesn't matter. It does.
It does.
It does.
Yeah, it does. It does. We're looking at polls. We're not seeing much movement. But, again, and keep in mind, too, I'm trying to go back to the polls post-June 27th. I know Trump was ahead, but it's not like all of a sudden it was like 60-40. It was a couple of single points, maybe 2 points, 3 points. But you just saw the optics of it. Like, you knew that was it for Joe. He was so bad, and Trump was so disciplined that they forced the Democrats' hands to do the installment. And, by the way, subvert democracy. Because, as again, say what you want about Joe, the guy got 95% of the vote in the primary, and they still kicked him to the curb, which is maybe why he's wearing a Trump hat now. Let me grab one last call. Ed is in Delran. Ed, you go right ahead. Good morning, Eddie. How are you, pal?
I'm sitting here eating my Apple Jacks, getting the facts, listening to Nick, Dawn, and Greg. And I got a question for Dawn, since she's probably a fashion faux pas. And that is, Dawn, did you notice those big round earrings on Kamala? You got to really study it. When you see her tilt her head different ways, she's got these big, they almost look like microphones.
This is a conspiracy theory that's going
Started
viral.
by Laura Loomer, by the way.
Oh, was it?
Since we're throwing out facts.
Are they Tiffany earrings, Dawn? My wife said that they are Tiffany, high-end Tiffany earrings.
They look like Tiffany earrings.
Okay. And my wife can't afford Tiffany earrings, nor does she wear earrings, but I showed her the picture, and she goes, oh, yeah, they're Tiffany. So, but you're, Dawn, as Ed asked you, you're the fashion person, so I'll let you answer it.
If somebody was going to feed her information, they should have done a better job of feeding her, facts about policy. You know what I mean?
Well, and to that point, if those were earbuds with somebody in a truck in an alleyway giving her the answers to these, why was she so bad on the economy right out of the gate? I mean, she didn't even answer that question.
I know.
So,
I don't know. I think the truth is, it makes no sense. They're saying microphone. makes no sense. If you were going to sneak an earpiece, there are little, ear listening devices that you could put way up in your ear canal.
Yeah, like hearing aids.
Right.
Yeah.
So you would not wear it out on an earring, and it wouldn't help her to have a microphone. That doesn't make sense.
I feel obligated to play it.
Can we stop getting our news from Twitter? You mean something on social media is not true? The hell you say?
So I have to say, earpieces obviously not allowed during the debates. Google data showing searches for Nova H1 and Nova earrings that had spiked.
If she had, to be honest with you, if she had a microphone or an earpiece, she should have done better than she did. You know what I mean? Like,
yes, and keep in mind too. Remember what she is. She's a rehearser. She's a crammer. She's one of these. She's like that college student, the memorizer, who you put her in, behind closed doors for 3 days, memorize the textbook, and she can come out and regurgitate it. But if you get her off course and have her try to be quick-witted on the fly, like doing a talk radio show live for 4 hours a day, 5 days a week, she would crash and burn. And I think that's why you didn't see her for 5 days, because she was just memorizing everything verbatim. And still didn't do that great at it, by the way.
Nope.
But they kind of do look like the Nova H1 earrings. So if I had never heard of Nova H1, I think this is actually a brilliant marketing move by this company.
Agreed. They probably planted it in Laura's brain.
But they're actually pretty cool.
God. I'm so tired.
About $300.
855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Do you want to continue with more cuts on the other side?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I do actually.
Okay, very, very good. We'll continue with more cuts as we riff on a lot of the commentary post-debate and everything that's still going on. We'll get a big three and the movie clip.
I just have so much that we didn't get to yesterday because of the debate. So.
I know.
Yeah.
All right, we'll do that. And then former St. Joe's coach, the great Phil Martelli at 9:30 on a great opportunity for a great cause for you. We will explain 30 minutes from now. Back after this with the final hour on a Thursday.
You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. I think the world of the Chapman family team. Mike and Mark Chapman, two brothers, local, Chester County, started their business decades ago. And as their business has grown, their family has grown. They're just great people who I trust. If you're thinking of updating your front entry door, right now it's the perfect time to do this, especially because for the entire month of September here, Chapman is offering free hardware on a new front entry door up to the value of $500. An updated front door, obviously, it's going to change the curb appeal of your home, boost the beauty and the resale value, and you're going to love it. It's like a little mini makeover. It just gives the house a whole refreshed look. So whether you're looking for a single door, double door, or what about a door with side lights, that's what I have. It's just so beautiful. Their experienced project consultants are going to help you choose that perfect new door for your home. So if you're looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, hardware, front door, give them a call. You can text 610-431-8898. You can check them out online. Take a virtual tour and just see the lovely before and after photos. I think my house is in there too. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com for all the details. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are having two fabulous back-to-school specials. The 2024 S60 front-wheel drive sedan and the exciting electric C40 each can be leased for 36 months for $369. Due at inception would be a down payment and taxes and registration fees. But in New Jersey, the C40 has no tax. The $369 is an incredible payment on each of these Cherry Hill Volvos. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo. Our team would be honored to partner with you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Better water leads to a better everyday experience. With treated water from Martin Water Conditioning, you can experience silky smooth skin, refreshed hair after a morning shower. Your clothes and towels feel softer. They're no longer battered with minerals. Your coffee and teas taste better. Your appliances using water lasts longer. Even before you leave your home, your entire morning experience is improved with better household water. If you want to experience better water, call Martin Water Conditioning 800-887-7555 or go online at martinwater.com.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan, customized to your goals? That's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
As the leaves change, so can your ride. With the all-new 2025 Infiniti QX80, now available at Infiniti of Westchester. This month, elevate your drive with unmatched luxury, bold design, and performance that's built to conquer any season. The 2025 Infiniti QX80 is here, where style meets power and comfort knows no bounds. So visit us in-store or check us out online at infinitiofwestchester.com and step into the future of driving today. Philly rides with us.
By now, you've heard all of our ads. America's largest injury law firm. But what does that really mean for our clients, for you? It means that when you hire us, you don't just get a lawyer, you get a legal army, almost 800 lawyers alone. That army includes an entire legal team, specialist lawyers, investigators, and a 24/7 client satisfaction staff. Just like if you were going into surgery, you wouldn't trust one person to handle the paperwork, the scheduling, the anesthesia, and the surgery. Have you ever seen a surgeon operating alone and without resources? No way. Why would you trust a small firm with your case? Your case is a big deal to us. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Land Rover is more than a luxury vehicle. It's a lifestyle. Range Rover, Defender, and Discovery, 3 exclusive brands, each with distinct characteristics that reflect unique driving needs. To ensure the finest ownership experience, every new Range Rover, Defender, and Discovery vehicle is covered by a 4-year or 50,000-mile limited warranty, 24-hour roadside assistance, and more. Visit one of 4 convenient locations: Land Rover Willow Grove, Westchester, Wilmington, and Harrisburg. Part of Piazza Premium Automobiles.
Enhance your home's curb appeal with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
Our high-quality products offer style, security, and energy efficiency.
And you can choose from a wide selection of styles and finishes from major brands like Anderson or Provia.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Support the Evesham Township Police Foundation. See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, Saturday, October 26th.
Conklin doing his thing, his best voices, his best shtick. Joe's family is just, they're like back from the Osmonds. They're Osmonds on steroids. They're unbelievable.
They made fun of the Cowboys, though. I've known him for such a long time, but I did not know he could sing like that.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me, 40 days up to 40 pounds. Visit njdiet.com or call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
Most of us don't fit in the clothes we wore 30 years ago, and financial advice from 30 years ago doesn't fit either. Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. 1210 WPHT.
We'll do it live!
Yeah, 9:06, fourth and final hour. Kayal and Company on this Thursday. Don't forget, Politics and Pints coming up tonight.
I was just informed. Sorry, Nick.
Okay.
Shot off a cannon today. I was just informed that there are maybe 5 or 6 tickets left.
Okay.
So if you haven't done so yet, 1210WPHT.com. All the ticket information is there. Politics and Pints tonight with Donald Trump Jr., Dom Giordano, Nick and Dawn will bring them out on stage, so the whole crew will be there. Tickets are still available. A couple left. But yeah, you should get them now.
Is there like a book signing? Because it's part of the book, right?
Yeah, Letters from Trump is involved with that.
There was a meet and greet, but those sold out, as you can tell.
Right.
Like very quickly. So the meet and greets sold out. But there are tickets for the event still available. But like I said, only a handful or so.
Okay. That is coming up tonight at 7 o'clock. And hopefully we get to see you in Collingswood, New Jersey, Scottish Rite Auditorium.
We take video? Are we going to video that?
Yes. I'm glad you brought that up, Dawn. Thank you very much. It is. We will have a whole video crew there. And I believe if you can't make it tonight for whatever reason, I believe we will put it up on our YouTube page eventually, probably next week. So if you're listening on 1210 WPHT or on the Odyssey app, make sure you head on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit the subscribe button. Please hit the subscribe button and please hit the like button. All of it is free. And actually, there's a little bell there. Once you're subscribed, there's a little bell. You can click that on. Thank you. And every time we go live, that little bell alerts you. So it'll come right to your phone, and you can click on it. It's really easy. It's super simple. You can see all our lovely faces. But please make sure you're subscribed.
Yes. All right. Let's continue with the cut sheet here on 9:08. This is part 4, part quattro.
Sorry.
That's fine.
It's not like we didn't have other things planned, right?
I tweeted it out last night. I wanted to get into the more Tyreek Hill stuff. I mean, all kinds of stuff out there.
So I want to give a shout out to Amy, the princess of profanity on
Love you, Amy.
on Twitter.
She's a big wrestling fan, by the way.
She's a huge wrestling fan. Well, actually, I think her kids are. I'm not sure. I don't know if
that's
she
what
is.
happens.
I think
There's
her
a big
kids
fight
are.
this Saturday night.
Yeah,
A bunch of teenagers.
Yeah. I'll be there as well.
There's a teenagers and Nick.
By the way, so I'm not sure she's a wrestling fan, but I think her kids are. She sent me this a clip, and I always like it when we take, we don't take requests, but when people, send us stuff. For that guy. This is so. All right, I want to be careful with this because these are the parents of the boy, Aiden, who was killed by that Haitian illegal immigrant,
and is in jail
in Springfield, Ohio. So these parents are obviously grieving, but I'm taking a little exception with what they're saying, and again. I can't imagine this tragedy. It's the worst tragedy I think I could ever imagine. I don't want to ever be in their position, and God only knows what I would say if I was. However, they spoke yesterday, and the father actually said that he wished a white person would have killed his son because Republicans are criticizing illegals.
Okay.
So let's play this. He calls out Chip Roy, Trump, Vance, all by name. You can tell where he is on the political spectrum. Okay. Again, grieving parents. I'm not casting aspersions, but I just, let's listen to this and analyze it. Cut 7, Phil, if you will. Go.
Our best interest to be here after recent comments. I I wish that my son, Aiden Clark, was killed by a 60-year-old white man.
Oh, boy.
And I bet you never thought anyone would ever say something so blunt. But if that guy killed my 11-year-old son, the incessant group of hate-spewing people would leave us alone. The last thing that we need is to have the worst day of our lives violently and constantly shoved in our faces. But even that's not good enough for them. They take it one step further. They make it seem as though our wonderful Aiden appreciates your hate, that we should follow their hate. And look what you've done to us. We have to get up here and beg them to stop. Using Aiden as a political tool is, to say the least, reprehensible for any political purpose. And speaking of morally bankrupt, politicians, Bernie Moreno, Chip Roy, J.D. Vance, and Donald Trump, they have spoken my son's name and used his death for political gain. This needs to stop now. They can vomit all the hate they want about illegal immigrants, the border crisis, and even untrue claims about fluffy pets being ravaged and eaten by community members. However, they are not allowed, nor have they ever been allowed to mention Aiden Clark from Springfield, Ohio. I will listen to them one more time to hear their apologies. To clear the air, my son, Aiden Clark, was not murdered. He was accidentally killed by an immigrant from Haiti. This tragedy is felt all over this community, the state, and even the nation. But don't spin this towards hate. In order to live like Aiden, you need to accept everyone. Choose to shine, make the difference, lead the way, and be the inspiration. What many people in this community and state and nation are doing is the opposite of what you should be doing. Sure, we have our problems here in Springfield and in the U.S., but does Aiden Clark have anything to do with that? Did you know that an 11-year-old boy could be passionate about gardening, that he could haggle for a better price at a yard sale?
Okay, so I don't know the specifics of that tragedy. Whatever that father said, I'm assuming is true. I would say this. I have never been one of these people to tell other parents how to parent. So it doesn't matter to me how anybody views what I'm about to say. I have no problem with what he said there because I can't imagine what he's dealing with knowing that his child was killed. Like, that's every parent's worst nightmare, right? Like, you never want to be the one as the parent that buries your child. You've always heard people say it's my child that is supposed to bury me. And I don't know the backstory of the death, nor have I heard Trump or Vance say whatever. And I'm not defending Trump or Vance for whatever. But the sad reality is that is politics. And I don't know how Lake and Riley's parents feel with their daughter who was murdered by an illegal immigrant and raped and beaten and all the specific details of that Athens, Georgia case. So again, I don't know the backstory to that. Was Aiden Clark accidentally killed? If so, how? I don't know. Was it a car accident? I mean, I don't know.
It was a car accident. Yeah.
But
he didn't have a valid license.
He didn't have a valid license. He's in jail. The illegal immigrant is in prison.
Good.
And it was a huge story. It was last summer, and it was that he struck a school bus full of kids, injuring dozens of children, and 11-year-old Aiden was killed. So it's to say, to say that it was look, first of all, my condolences to this grieving dad.
Yes.
But I just think that the truth is that it wasn't even Trump. It just became a flashpoint last summer when this school bus was struck, and there were a lot of parents who were speaking out about it at the time who were very angry and saying, here we go again. This is another issue of, somebody who shouldn't be here.
Yeah.
If they, so those other parents of their kids who survived but suffered great injury, they had a right too as well.
Yeah. And to my pushback to that father there, though, would be with, I don't know how many times he said the word hate. It's not hating on people that are here illegally. It's hating on the system that allows them to be here illegally.
Yep.
And the Democrats who have allowed 15, 18, 21 million, whatever the number is, we have no idea the true number, but all I know is it is exponentially worse than it was under Trump and, oh, by the way, under Obama. So that's what I hate.
If they had better systems in place,
right,
then their child may still be alive.
Right.
And look, I would probably react in a completely different way. I would want people's heads. I would want to kill the individual who did that. I'm not a rational human. But to me, to say that he would have rather had a 60-year-old white man kill his son.
Yeah, so is he trying to say that Trump wouldn't talk about that if it was a 60-year-old white man as opposed to an illegal immigrant?
He's just a grieving dad.
I get
He's not even rational.
I get it, but I just...
Because I wouldn't want a 60-year-old white man to kill my kid either.
I don't know, Dawn. You said he's a grieving dad. I 100% agree with that, but he was very, it's not like he was hysterical in that. He was very calm.
Speech.
He was very calm in that speech. Very calm. More calm than I would have been.
It was a 36-year-old man named Hermanio Joseph, and he crashed into the school bus a year ago in August, and he was sentenced to 9 to 13 and a half years. Okay, the man, the illegal individual who did more than driving without a license. I mean, he obviously was driving erratically and so on and so forth. And
but this was not a intentional ambush, right? He didn't drive it
No.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify.
But again, he was driving without a license, and we chastise people. And again, he's doing time, so I guess justice has been served. But we chastise people who drive drunk or drive without a license and ram into people. I don't know. I just feel like this is a tough one for me. It's a tough one.
But I think this is where the context and all the little nuanced elements matter. Trump's, quote, our side of the aisle, not technically wrong, because look, if we had a better system in place, there is mathematically better odds that this guy would not have been here, and that kid would be a better mathematical chance that he's alive today.
To play devil's advocate, then, if one of our kids, I don't want to personalize it to you or Dawn, I'll include myself in this too.
Yeah.
If one of our kids was killed like this, would we want his death or her death to be used as a political football? Probably not, right?
Yeah, I would say probably not as well. I think, again, politics, matter. It's a big thing. But I do think, there is the line. Like I said with, 9/11. I'm totally fine with Trump and Kamala shaking hands on 9/11. I'm not okay with Joe Biden laughing and having a good old time. Now I'll put the Trump hat on. See, that's where I can separate the difference. This here is where, again, I can separate and say, politics aside, I probably would not be. I mean, look, behind closed doors, am I saying that to my wife? If we had a better border, our daughter would be alive today. I don't have a major issue with what he said, in part because I truly don't know how I would respond. We all think we know until we get to be in that person's shoes.
You're
and
right.
I knock on wood that I never have to be in that shoe.
This was a situation where the bottom line is this man was convicted by a jury and sentenced to up to 13 and a half years behind bars. And among the charges, involuntary manslaughter, vehicular homicide. And so for anybody to say that the person was charged with murder, well, it's involuntary manslaughter. So let's parse words. This caused an uproar because the parents of, dozens of kids who were, this school bus, this guy in a minivan crossed the center lane and smashed into the school bus at such force that the school bus flipped over. Okay, this was a horrific accident. And it was not a 60-year-old whatever. It was this dude who was driving, and his excuse was, well, he has a Mexican driver's license. And so people were outraged at the time. It happened 1 year ago. And so, my heart goes out to this family. This is horrific. But I would suggest people not say, I guess that the parents don't want their child's name said. Contrarily, I will say, in my experience covering murder victims or people, killed like in these involuntary manslaughter type crashes, most people do want their loved one remembered. They want you to remember their child. And
as a political football, though, like, do you want it to, like, do you?
Well, when it comes to shootings, we always say, let's say the names of the victims, not the shooter itself, right?
I think in the context of, to your point, I think in the context of just a heightened political season, I think these grieving parents want their son's name remembered, but I think that they don't want it in this context because it's an ugly, divisive, debate going on. But the fact of the case is that this illegal person was driving at such force, crossed over. I don't know if there was intoxicated. I don't know why he crossed the line, but he did, and he has been convicted. He is convicted of this, of manslaughter charges, and it's a horrific case.
I will say one last thing. The dad won't like this, but on the debate stage on Tuesday night, it would have served Trump better to bring up this case as opposed to dogs or birds or geese.
Yeah.
I mean, because this is 100% verified, so.
Well, or just talk about, not just, the conviction, but talk about the fact that you have, many, many thousands apparently of individuals within those migrants who are hardworking. And Mike DeWine, the Republican Ohio governor, released a statement, and he said the vast majority of the people we've welcomed here from Haiti are hardworking family people. We welcome them here. The problem is that with the Biden-Harris situation, it was supersized. Okay, so they have 20,000 people descending on a town of 60,000. They just can't handle it.
Well, of course not.
The resources. Yes. On top of it, unfortunately, within the good folks, there's a tiny group of very bad and crime, predators. Yeah. Let's just say.
Absolutely. 855-839-1210. Phil is in Telford. Phil is up next. Phil, go right ahead, sir.
Yeah, great show as always.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, listen, now, I in case I didn't hear it right, but was the father actually talking about immigrants eating cats? Did he chime on that too?
He did. He did bring something up to that.
He did, yes, yes.
Yeah, so that's where he lost me. So that's fine. I know he's grieving and all that kind of stuff, but he made it from the death of his child to politics. Like, that had nothing to do with the death of his child. So he showed his true colors and why he was in front of that microphone.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Although I could see a scenario where perhaps even a Republican that agrees with Trump on immigration and the border might say, don't bring up my child because now it hits differently because it is so personalized. You might not be wrong, sir, in using it politically from a factual standpoint, but I would prefer you don't because now it really impacts me because it was my child. But yeah, I think in this case specifically, which is ultimately what matters, not hypotheticals, this person was not on the right side of the political spectrum.
By the way, Amy weighed in. She says, thanks for the shout out. And yes, I and my whole family are wrestling fans.
I knew she was. I knew she was.
Are you a Roman Reigns fan? Or are you a John Cena fan? Oh, John Cena retired, didn't he?
Yeah. He's washed. He's like Biden. Yeah. He's done. Get out. He's doing Honda commercials.
I saw Bret Hart came back. Yeah. In Calgary.
Nobody knows what you're talking
about. By the way, the 36-year-old Haitian immigrant who was convicted just in July tried, his court-appointed attorneys, they've tried to appeal and overturn the conviction saying he has protected status. Oh. So part of the outrage in the community there is, I know Greg was trying to make it lighthearted.
No. Go.
The part of the outrage in that community, if you're the parents of, the other kids who had to be hospitalized and the first responders, coming to an upside down bus full of 52 little kids who are bloody and screaming, okay? There was outrage after this, and then the trial just happened in May. The guy is convicted, and now within the last 8 weeks, the guy tries to get it overturned with court-appointed attorneys. A lot of people in that community are outraged with this kind of situation.
855-839-1210. Voicemails in 20 minutes, but up next, a great opportunity for an even better cause right here on Kayal and Company. Stay right there.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and, in rare cases, fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Bob Casey, a familiar name, but ask yourself, what's he done for you and your family? In his 18th year in Washington, what's Bob Casey got to show for it? He made sure COVID relief checks could go to convicted felons. You heard that right. Bob Casey made sure COVID checks went to convicted felons. When reasonable people tried to stop murderers and rapists from getting checks, Casey voted no. Even the Boston Marathon bomber ended up with a big fat check. Casey voted the party line instead of using some common sense. And with families struggling to pay the bills, Casey had this to say about throwing around their tax dollars.
Go big or go home.
Bob Casey went big. He botched it. And it's time for him to finally go home. Bob Casey is wrong for Pennsylvania. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
Chase believes that having a place of your very own should be accessible for everyone. That's why we're offering homebuyer grants of up to $7,500 in select areas. It's just one of the many ways Chase can make your home buying dreams a reality. Visit chase.com/homebuyer or your local Chase branch. The Chase Homebuyer Grant is available on primary residence purchases only, on select products and subject to eligibility. All home lending products are subject to credit and property approval. Program terms are subject to change without notice. Home lending products provided by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, Equal Housing Opportunity.
Weather can be unpredictable nowadays, but your local news station on the free Odyssey app has got you covered. Whether you need an umbrella, windbreaker, or an extra layer, or two, we'll let you know. Download the free Odyssey app and search for your local news station to listen on your smartphone or ask your smart speaker to play it before you head out the door. Download the free Odyssey app and search for your local news station. That's AUDACY.
Warning, the following ZipRecruiter radio spot you are about to hear is going to be filled with F words.
When you're hiring, we at ZipRecruiter know you can feel frustrated, forlorn even, like your efforts are futile, and you can spend a fortune trying to find fabulous people, only to get flooded with candidates who are just fine. Fortunately, ZipRecruiter figured out how to fix all of that. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, you can forget your frustrations because we find the right people for your roles fast, which is our absolute favorite F word. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Fantastic.
So, whether you need to hire 4, 40, or 400 people, get ready to meet first-rate talent. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Don't forget, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Finally, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Businesses to watch. Thinking Chevrolet? Think Armin Chevrolet. Looking for the best compact SUV in the market? Armin has the stylish Chevrolet Trax with standard Chevy Safety Assist in stock and available for immediate delivery. Purchase a brand new value pack 2025 Chevrolet Trax LS for Armin's amazing price of only $20,995. That's $20,995. Businesses to watch. Thinking Chevrolet? Think Armin Chevrolet. Prefer to lease? Lease a new 2025 Trax LS from Armin for only $199 per month for 24 months with 10,000 miles per year. That's only $199 per month. Thinking Chevrolet? Think Armin Chevrolet. Closer than you think in Ardmore. Or shop 24/7 at arminchevy.com. That's arminchevy.com. Tax and tax additional. MSRP $21,495. Includes $500 healthcare professional or first responder rebate. Lease down payment of $39.95 and first payment due at signing requires current lease and household and Nature Bank approval.
I'm Kamala Harris. Here's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, they want common sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. And I believe we can make that happen.
Kamala Harris's plan? Bring down costs by cracking down on corporate price gougers. Make homeownership more affordable for families. A middle-class tax cut for 100 million Americans. And make sure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share so you can keep more of the money you've earned.
Instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future and how we make it better for families like yours. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's Kayal Company, 9:33, rolling on live Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We'll get back to your calls, more cuts, and your voicemails coming up shortly. But a quick detour for something that is very near and dear to my heart, and I'm assuming almost every single one of you, because I think all of us have been impacted directly or indirectly by the terrible 6-letter word that is cancer. And here to talk about that and a great opportunity for an even better cause, the legendary basketball coach of the St. Joseph's Hawks, a guy who I watched for many, many years, and actually as a Temple grad even was rooting for Jameer Nelson and Delonte West on that great squad. Coach Phil Martelli is with us. Coach, good to have you on the show this morning.
Great to be with you, Neil. I really appreciate it.
Yes. Let's start, first of all, I could go through the routine of, your coaching career. You had such an amazing career. But, I know that you are still a very active guy, both in, your passions, but also professionally. Before we get to the big announcement, what have you been up to recently in your personal life that I know is a new endeavor or venture, so to speak?
Well, I've reestablished myself in Philadelphia. I was never far away. My wife, Judy, had stayed in media, and we were going back and forth for the 5 years that I was in Michigan. When I came home on May 1, I set out to create an idea that would give back to the community that has given me and my family so much. So, for lack of a better term, I've created a business called Make a Difference. Mm-hmm. In May and June, I was saying this is what I hope to do. Now I am, straight up saying this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go into schools, Nick. I'm going to go into corporate Delaware Valley, and I want to talk to them about leadership, about coaching, because I believe everybody out there, you're not just a radio host, you're the coach of this segment. So what do we share in common? And I have stories, not yuck it up banquet stories, but these are stories with themes. And my intention is, starting with schools, is to go into 140 school districts this year. I'm just waiting for the invites. I've had an opportunity in the last couple of weeks to go into 3 different schools, and it's just been terrific. And I want to start with the staff and the bus drivers and the maintenance people, the administrative staff, the principals, the teachers, because they're heroes. And they take a lot of body blows, but they are heroes. And then I expand that into corporate. So whether it's a CEO, the head of a sales force, an intern, my stories will resonate. And they're going to resonate with at least one person in that audience. So I've started this quote-unquote business of make a difference. And I'm looking to build. And I sit here every day, and I'm a novice with the computer, but I sit here and think, okay, how can I touch one person who then can touch one other person to say, you know what, I didn't come home to retire, and I know we're going to talk about golf. I didn't come home to just play golf, and I didn't come home to say, well, you know what, you got a quick tongue and a quick wit, and just go do TV. No, I have to make a difference because so many people in this area have made a difference with me. So I have a management group, I have a website, I have all kinds of stuff, but I'm just sitting here waiting for the phone to ring and go out there to help one organization be a little bit better tomorrow.
Well, I know you're going to be working with companies and nonprofits from basketball to the business world. But Phil, you've always been a big philanthropy guy, co-founder of the Philly chapter of the American Cancer Society, Coaches versus Cancer program. You guys have raised $20+ million in over 25 years for cancer research. It's such a inspirational and heartwarming endeavor that you and other coaches, because I think, no matter what walk of life you come from, in sports, in politics, whatever it might be, cancer is one of these galvanizing things that unites Americans. And a lot of times when you have those conversations and you have those great moments, there's not a dry eye in the house. So we are very honored to have you and to be a part of a big golf outing that is going to be happening. And we are talking about a day of golfing, eating, and fighting cancer, as we will be doing a Kayal and Company Big 5 Coaches Golf Spectacular in partnership with the Coaches versus Cancer and the 28th Annual Jim Maloney Golf Classic, which is coming up in just about 10 days, September 23rd at Huntington Valley Country Club, a course that I can't even get on. So I'm ecstatic to be a part of it, and I know you will be a part of the golf festivities for sure. Let me ask you, I know this is a great endeavor for a great cause. Where's the golf game at right now, Phil? Be honest. You're on the radio.
Nick, I have to be honest. If you were going to write a check, if I said, Nick, write a check, Dawn, write a check for $1,000. If I could find my golf clubs, I have no idea.
Well, that's how I know my golf swing. I can't find that either.
I will. I'm sitting in my home office here. I'm looking out the window, and for 5 years at Michigan, I would look out my office window, and right across the street was the University of Michigan golf course, and we were given 9 free rounds a year. And so I guess by my math, I'm owed 45 rounds of golf. I never took my clubs, and if you said to me today, where do you think your clubs are, I don't know. What I can do out there is I can run my mouth. I love it. And I love because on the course, Nick, you're not a radio host. You're not one of the leading guys in Philadelphia. You're not a basketball coach. You're just a guy out there with 3 of your friends and telling stories. And some of them are true and some of them are falsehoods, but it's just a remarkable way. And for this, anything that anybody can do, you know, and people talk about the $21 million that's been raised in Philadelphia. It's not enough, because somebody in your listening audience is going to hear that a family member has cancer, or they may have cancer, or a business colleague, or somebody from your church, or somebody from a charitable endeavor that you're involved with. And cancer straight up is a bully. It does not discriminate, so we cannot fight it like it's a straight, fair one. You know, like the older people in Philadelphia would say, oh, when I got offered a fair one meant you and me are going to just go and then best man's going to win. Now, cancer is a bully. We must crush it, and your efforts are a step along the way to crushing cancer. So thank you, Nick, and everybody involved at your station for backing Coaches versus Cancer.
No, Phil, it's my honor. For those who don't know, this golf classic will honor the memory of former Temple men's basketball coach Jim Maloney in his 14 years behind the bench with former coach John Chaney, who, by the way, his last year was my senior year at Temple. So this definitely hits home. Maloney mentored future NBA guys, if you remember. Aaron McKee on that 01 Sixers team. He was a Temple guy. Eddie Jones, great player for the Lakers. In attendance with Phil Martelli and myself will include Fran Dunphy, who's coached at multiple Big Five schools. Kyle Neptune, who, if I recall, he's now up at Lehigh coaching that squad. So there's going to be Amy Fadul from NBC Philadelphia for NBC Sports, formerly Comcast Sports. So it's going to be a great day, and you can now place, and I'll tweet out the link during the break.
It's up on the YouTube chat, too.
It's up now? Yeah. Okay, beautiful.
It's September 23rd?
Yep.
That's
and
wonderful.
You can place your bid for the threesome to join myself. Fran's going to be there. Phil, you're going to be there. We're going to have golf. There's going to be a cocktail hour, which is my favorite part of the day. There's going to be a dinner, the whole bit. So I'm looking forward to it, Phil. And I know I've interviewed you years ago in sports, but I've actually never been in person with you, so this will be a first-time pleasure.
Nick, if you have a second, I have a great John Chaney This Golf Classic and Huntington Valley story. John Chaney had never played golf, decided to take up golf, and he took up golf at Huntington Valley, which is hills and tough shots after tough shots after tough shots. The first round of golf that he ever played. When John wanted clubs, he called Nike. He was working with Nike on basketball, and they sent him clubs. He requested the clubs that Tiger Woods uses. They send him those clubs. He was out on the course, and Fran Dunphy and I were riding around. We rode up to see his swing, and when we went into his bag to pull out the clubs were still in the wrapping. So like the cellophane wrap, whatever they call that wrapping. And we said, John, you have to take the wrap off the clubs. And he looked at us like we had 7 heads, and he said, this is the way Nike sent them to me. This is the way Tiger uses them. He played 18 rounds of golf, 18 holes of golf. That's amazing. With the wrap on his club.
Oh, my God. Hysterical. Yeah, that's John Chaney in a nutshell.
And he shot it 2 over.
I'll be 2 over after the first hole. Phil, thank you so much. Looking forward to it.
Thank you. Crush cancer.
Yes.
Crush cancer.
And we will put out that link right now. Thank you very much, Coach. We'll see you in a couple of days.
Pride of St.
Thanks for including me.
Yep. There he is, Phil Martelli. Go ahead, Don. You were saying?
No, Pride of St. Philomena's. He's a Hall of Famer, local.
It's amazing.
We just love you.
So
glad he's home.
It all goes to charity. The bidding is now live. It's up on, if you're watching right now on YouTube, the link is up there on YouTube. Nick will tweet it out as well. All the money goes to the American Cancer Society, and it's a great cause. You can do a threesome, a golf threesome. Let me say that again, golf threesome with Nick Kayal. And raise money for a great cause.
Got to work with infants. It's unbelievable.
I just said it's.
Yeah.
No, and Phil Martelli is just the salt of the earth. I know him from his through personal stuff too. St. Philomena's Church, where I was married, and Hall of Famer, and just seen his wife Judy, but he's to play golf with him and spend time with him. What a wonderful experience. And the stories like he just told. But you'd never know he's actually a legacy locally, and that's just it. When you to be with him, what an honor. So that's amazing.
Monday, September 23rd, link is up there on the YouTube chat, youtube.com/at1210WPHT. I'm sure Nick's going to tweet it out.
All right, we'll
it's
tweet
also
it
on,
out right now.
It's also on 1210WPHT.com. So if you want it, if you want to put your bid in there to play golf with Nick Kayal, meet Phil Martelli and Fran Dunphy and all those, good people. The link is up there now.
Yes, and you can come and we can talk about the debate and disagree, and then I'll shout at you on the golf course when I put a ball into the trees.
And Nick might buy you a drink.
7 of them. All right, we'll come back.
No, we should
Dawn's got some.
Let's just do.
Oh, get to it right now.
Voicemails. Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
Maybe he didn't do quite as well in the debate, which is fine. It was a 90-minute debate. He might have one more. I don't care about those 2 debates. I care about his 4 years of service that he produced, and what kind of 4 years of service did she produce. That's why my vote has got to go with Trump.
I agree, and I hope that the small sliver of maybe the undecideds and or the independents will look at, the results from 2017 through 2019. You can omit COVID, 2020, the final year of Trump. You can even, if you'd like, omit the first year of Biden dealing with COVID in 2021, but then look at 22, 23, and 24. Common sense says advantage Trump, but we don't live in common sense times.
Hey guys, I just want to go back to the Tariq Hill incident. Now, this guy plays a violent sport. Played with a bunch of, let's call them attempted murderers, because that's what they're trying to do every time he gets the ball. They are trying to kill him. End of story. This man gets pulled over by a police officer. He's not trying to hurt him. He's just doing his job. He wants you to comply. And when you don't do that, they get frustrated. Sorry you got taken to the ground and your knee almost got hurt. But what happens in a football game is if they break your leg, they're going to laugh at you, possibly get a 15-yard penalty, and then at the end of the day, go back to their mansion. They're not going to ruin their lives like get fired for killing you, okay? That's the difference from being in law enforcement and being a coddled millionaire.
Amen to that,
Stop
brother.
it with this bull.
Oh, nice little pause for effect. I like it. Sounds like me from a few days ago. I agree with that. Charles Barkley coming out, calling Tyreek Hill a race baiter, and all of those that are calling for the cops' job as race baiters. Tyreek Hill at a press conference yesterday, I believe, said that he now owns some of it and said he could have handled it better, but is still calling for the officer to lose his job.
Yeah, that was a clip we didn't get to today.
Yeah, we'll get to it tomorrow.
By the way, voicemails today was sponsored by Natural Lands. Every 70 days, a mature oak tree produces enough oxygen to support a human for 1 year. Natural Lands has preserved more than 125,000 acres of open space in our region, including millions of oak trees. Learn more at natlands.org. Natural Lands, land for life and nature for all. So
there you go. I can attest to that. It gives me the oxygen to blow V8 for 4 hours a day.
Oh boy, sorry.
Ooh.
Sorry.
One more time. He's so pissed about something. That's all I heard.
He was so pissed that, I don't know. We'll play that one tomorrow. But first we have to get to this. Oh my God.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, September 11th, and
Nope. That was yesterday.
Oh my goodness. Oh my.
Boy.
Somebody's pissed. They're wrong today.
I will be. I need to have a meeting with myself.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
today, September 12th.
Yes.
We celebrate the birthdays of Jennifer Hudson, who's now 43, Ben Folds of Ben Folds 5, who's now 58, and Jerry Beckley from America, who's now 72. Heavenly birthday shout-outs to Neil Peart of Rush and Barry White. We also lost Johnny Cash on this day in 2003.
Oh.
Singles include Welcome to the Black Parade by My Chemical Romance in 2006, Children of the Revolution by T-Rex in 72, and Modern Love by Bowie in 83. Albums include Pump by Aerosmith in 89, Wish You Were Here by Pink Floyd in 75, Death Magnetic by Metallica in 2008, and Free Your Soul and Save My Mind by Suicidal Tendencies in 2000. Also in 70, CCR topped the UK album chart. In 87, MJ kicks off the Bad Tour. In 2012, Matchbox 20 hits number 1 on the album chart. And in 93, Garbage finds their lead singer Shirley Manson in a video by her current band Angelfish. But lastly, on this day in 2007, the surviving members of Led Zeppelin announced their reunion concert. Over 1 million people registered for just 18,000 tickets. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Upquist.
All right, Philip, thank you very much. 2 straight days of My Chemical Romance making today in music history. Didn't have that on my bingo card. Dawn is coming up in 9 minutes. We find out what she has at the top of the hour.
Oh, there's so much breaking, so much developing. So we'll have some new news on the economy and look at where Philadelphia inflation, where does our inflation rate rank in the nation? So we'll have those fresh numbers for you. I believe Kathy Barnett is on the docket. We have Trump campaign people on the docket. There's so much happening locally, and we're jam-packed with guests, jam-packed with developing stories this morning. Got it all for you.
All right.
Doug Burgum event in Chester County, by the way, Trump Force 47. Burgum.
Are you doing that tonight as well as Politics in Place?
So I'm trying to do that but it's 2:30.
Okay.
And it's out in Chester County in Westchester area.
Don't be late tonight, my love.
I know, so I can't I have to deal, and then I got to drop off the birthday cake for the football, because it's David's birthday and Eddie's birthday. So
you have a long day today.
I have a long day every day.
You do. I don't.
That's all right.
I don't envy you, but I do respect you.
But Larry calls me a vampire.
You are.
So it's. I'm energized. We have to be energized.
You're right. We'll be like that all the way through through Thanksgiving, and then I'm done. All right, that'll do it for us. Everybody, hopefully we'll see you tonight. Politics Pints, Collingswood, New Jersey, Scottish Rite Auditorium, Donald Trump Jr., Dom Giordano, Dawn, myself, Greg. We'll all be out there. We'll chop it up. We'll have some fun. We'll have a few drinks. You can tell me you hate the show. You can tell me you love the show, and we'll have a good time because it's all fun and games. All right, everybody have a great rest of your day, and I believe Stalker has...
I'm going to need to have a meeting with myself.
Yeah, we'll see you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you